And this one. Boop. Boop. Boo 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 boppy boo boo boopy. Did we do it? Did we do it? Katie baby! Happy birthday, Katie baby! How are you on your birthday today? Hello, Power. Hello, Cedrica. Hello, A. Hello, Vic. Hello, Caramel. Hi, Jess. Hi, Sarah. Hopefully we won't accidentally block you today, Sarah. It was a good day. You took a nap today? Love it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Katie baby. Happy birthday to you and many more. I love you so much. Woo! Guys, it's Katie baby's birthday. Hello, Heraclea. How are you? Hello, LR. Hello, Chicken and Quaffles. Hello, Haley. Hello, Caramel Beauty. Hello, Victoria. Hello, Disney. Hello, Christy. It's me. Hello, Lexi. Hello, Eliza. Hello, Rubug. I'm just eating some Mike and Ike's. Hello, Megan. Hello, Nick. Hello, Anna. I'm at work doing my SW thing in the emergency room. What does SW stand for? Because it stands for two things in my brain, and both of them you can't be doing. I'm glad I'm going to help you keep your sanity, though. Hello, Shar. You're in Hawaii. Why are you in Hawaii? That's amazing. Social work. Okay. I thought S-walker, like flesh pedestrian. That didn't make sense. I also thought S-worker, like hubba hubba spicy worker. I was like, that can't be right. Oh shit, sorry. Hello, Ami. Hello. Hello, Linda. Lady Raven's birthday is on the 11th. Oh, yes, please post pictures. Make us jealous. Hello, Dorothy. I'm going to be in New York on Friday. Manifesting walking into you. Where in New York are you going to be? Is it very chewy? Katie baby, thank you for the heart. Me, Nicole, thank you for the rose. Jen WG, thank you for the rose. I love shopping for SW clients in emergency rooms. Hello, Emily. Hello, Mandy. I am always a mess. Hey, Caitlin. I'm drowning in a toy clean out right now, so thank you for the entertainment while we do it. You got it. Hello, Tales Told in the Dark. My day is going great. Very busy. I have a lot going on lately, guys, between all this stuff at the house, plus a billion bajillion birthdays I got going on, plus a bunch of work stuff. I chaperoned a field trip today for my daughter. Lots going on. All good stuff, though. Thank you. This is from Haley. One of my favorite shirts now. She sent it to me as a present. Madeline, hello. Stephanie, thank you for the friendship necklace and the team bracelet and the heart me. Feifei, yes, I am live. Where was the field trip? It was to Caleb Smith State Park, but it was like this little BOCES center thing where they talked about the cycle of water and pollution, and there were some animals there to look at and stuff. It was cute. Adele, I don't know how to explain it, but I feel connected to you. Sorry if that's odd. That's not odd at all. I'm glad you feel that. Wait. Lexi, Soho. Soho? Isn't that California? Oh, that's SoCal. I'm on Long Island, so if you're going to be in the city, you're not going to see me. Hello, Jessica Shows. Did you ever hear back from the guy for y'all to pick out the carpet? We actually went to the store to look at carpets today. I have carpet samples right here. They're right here. Wait, you tell me. I sent these to my mom and my sister, and they were both like, they look exactly the same. Which one do you like better? Can you tell the difference? My favorite field trip I took in school is when I went to an outdoor camp for a week with my class in 6th grade. You went to an outdoor camp for a week? They're the same. They are not the same. They're not the same. Hello, lovely Laura. You'll reroute the trip. The lighter color one, the left slightly darker, the right it's lighter. So this one is like beige and like maybe a brownish kind of. And then this one is the same, except it has a little bit of like a dark gray in it as well. Can you tell the difference now? I know it's very similar. Very similar. Darker or lighter? Which one do you like better? Darker. Most people like the darker. Everyone's picking the darker one. Looks the same to you. Yep. School was rich. Whew, that's nice. The one in your left hand looks fluffier. So Vic, they are actually the same exact fluffiness. It's just the color that I'm not sure about which one I want. Darker. Darker will show less dirt. Darker will hide more dirt. Lighter because darker looks dirty. Interesting. Darker, lighter, darker. Lighter one is better. Darker, darker, lighter. Oh, guys, let's take a vote. Hold on. Let's do a vote. We're going to vote which carpet. So it's going to be darker or lighter on YouTube. And on TikTok, we're going to do, we're going to do happy face for lighter, sad face for darker. Happy face lighter, sad face darker, darker. Let's see. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Where are they? You want to see them? Oh my God, I can't even tell. Lighter, darker. Hello, Lolita. Lighter, darker. Okay. Darker is winning on TikTok and it's winning on YouTube. The poll's going to be over in just a second. Okay, so darker won on TikTok and darker won on YouTube. I was going towards, actually, you know what? I was really on the fence. Uncle Matrix likes darker. Most people like darker. I don't hate carpet, just got asthma. You hate your carpet. So I have carpet here in my apartment and I love carpet. Not because of looks, but because it's comfortable. I like to be able to walk around barefoot and lay anywhere I want on the carpet or sit down and be cozy. And if you have like hardwood floors, which I actually do in the house now, there are hardwood floors. Upstairs and downstairs, they're like vinyl or something like that looks like wood, but it's not wood. And it looks great, but it's not comfortable. And I'm like always comfort over a space rug with like a throw rug is it's not thick enough. It's not comfortable enough. So I'm a comfort over looks person. Cleaning isn't harder. We just, it's fine. We vacuum every single day. It's fine. Color of the carpet depends on the walls. The lighter one is more neutral, can work with warm or cool tones. They both are neutral colors though. And all the wall colors are basically neutral colors too. Maybe it's opposite day. My mom has wood floors everywhere and my dad got tile everywhere except in the bedrooms. Ugh. I love carpet, but not in a house with kids and dogs. I don't have any dogs. I have cats, but my bedroom is the only room with carpet in it. Hello, Lou. Are the kitties excited for a new home? They have no idea what's going on, and I think that they're a little bit anxious with all the packing and the boxes and things. But they'll be excited. Oh, for you, it's harder. For you, it's harder. Hello, Potato. So much room for 3 a.m. zoomies. Laminate tile is nice in bathroom and kitchen and entryway, but I do prefer carpet. Well, yeah, the kitchen has laminate or tile. I don't remember which one. It has something. The kitchen has something. Kitchen has something. Both kitchens have something. There's a kitchen downstairs and a kitchen upstairs. And the bathrooms obviously have tile. But there's going to be carpet in the living room, in the downstairs, like kids area, and in all the bedrooms except for... In all the bedrooms and in my office. Not in Uncle Matrix's office and not in the like laundry storage room. Hello, Andrea. So many decisions to make. So many things going on. It's like literally crazy. I have 3 dogs. My asthma is pretty bad around dog hair. Like if I have my border collie come in my room, I almost always have a big coughing fit. Oh my goodness, Emily. Carpet is warm and snuggly. Love you and your vids. They are my cleaning, shower, and bedtime comfort videos. I love that, Lex. Woo! My cat Dobby has a zoomies right now and we have no carpet. He just slips and slides everywhere. Oh my God. Doesn't my room look so empty, guys? All the stuff is off the walls. It's crazy in here. Hello, Sadia. Yes, that's Natasha back there. She's having a nice nap. My daughter is 10. The darker carpet looks more gray and muddy, might look dirty against warmer tones. That's a good point. You finally fell in love with your hair, Victoria? Are you ready to share a picture of it then and show us how beautiful you look? That is a banana cat bed. I got it on TikTok shop. Sherry, thank you for the heart me. Friends on TikTok, can we make 500K again today? Let us see. Right now we only have 142 people in here, so it will depend on if we get more people in, I believe. My last video, wait, which one was the last one? Because I put up one today reacting to a lady's mimic video that I was tagged in, and then I also just put up one of a story, and I don't remember what the story was, to be quite honest with you. You'll post tomorrow on Discord? Woo! You're very welcome, Potato. Hello, Gabriella. Hello, Yakin. I need to get one banana cat bed. I wish I could tell you where to get it, but they took it off where I got it from TikTok shop. It's not up there anyway. The daddy and kitty story. Oh, I accidentally shared your Discord with someone. Now they are hooked too. Nice, Nick. Keep accidentally sharing. Keep doing it. Oh my God. I was like, why is my face so big on my on my computer right now? And it's because that's why. There we go. I didn't have my thing up here. Hello, Paul. How are you? So I want to say thank you to all the people that sent me stories in the Discord like I asked you to. I'm so excited about it. We have 4 stories written down already. And then I'm saving space for Daniel's Graveyard Shift Part 2 because we heard that he might be trying to send it. However, I do not have it yet. And he is still recovering. So I'm not expecting it. So don't get too excited. So the point of that was to say I have space for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have space for 5 more stories and then possibly 6, depending on if we get Graveyard Shift Part 2 or not. And obviously, if we hit the like goal, we will add an extra story at the end. So make sure you are tapping that screen, TikTok. Let's get those likes in. Whoop, whoop. I'm a huge fan all the way from Papua New Guinea. Hello, Jazzle Dazzle. I'm good. I love your videos. Good. I'm so glad, Paul. You can probably get the cat bed on Amazon. Yes, I bet you can. Just Google banana cat bed and I bet you can find it. I'm so stressed. I'm having a creative block and I'm literally sobbing. I hate disappointing people. Jessica, you could never disappoint anyone. Your cards are always amazing. And even if like less amazing to you because of your creative block is still amazing to everyone else. I know it's really hard to see that because a lot of people who are creative and artists, they always don't like their work. They always think it could be better. You got this, girl. I love you so much. I'm sending you so much love and so many hugs. My mom told me I'm not going to school in 1B days. What? Alive 2 nights in a row. I wasn't on last night. I wasn't on last night. Holy shit, Haley. Look at you go. Yes, RJ. I have you written down on my list. I saw that you were in Discord. You are number 4 from Discord that I have written down. Thank you so much for letting me know. Hey, my daughter joined the live potato. Oh, Potato is your daughter? Potato Jordan. Huh. Hey, Leah. How are you? How old is your daughter, Potato? My hair is super long, to be honest. I can touch it in the back easily now. I'm 5'7", so you get the idea of how long it is. It's ridiculous, to be honest. It gets stuck in my pits often. Hello, Miranda. Oh, no, not you. Okay, never mind. Good evening, John Carroll. Good evening. Hello, Marissa. How are you? Auto-click, you're going well. I'm listening in the shower. Shh, you little auto-clicking crazy person. Oh my goodness, Sherry, thank you so much for the heart me and the chill and the rose and the lightning bolt and the heart puffs and persevere. Thank you for the heart me. Friends on TikTok, the tapping the screen and sending team gifts helps me the most. It pushes out my live the most. So if you have team gifts to send, please send those, and also tap the screen. That helps as well. And share the live. Woo woo. Hello, Anna. Hey, I'm new here. I've been on your page all day. I'm already obsessed. Hello, Candace. Welcome to the Glitch community. Whoop whoop. Sherry, thank you for the team bracelet. I'm not her daughter. My mom was watching on my phone, so she said hi to me. Oh. No, but hold on a second. Because Victoria said, oh, hey, y'all, my daughter joined the live. Potato, my sweet potato, love you. I'm so confused right now. I'm literally so confused. Oh, I sent a join request to my daughter, and her name is Leah. Oh, okay, Victoria. You said potato, and I was confused. I'm so happy to be here tonight with all the amazing people. Me too, Miranda. Hello, Larry Cook. I have you on my list from Discord. You are story number 2 today, Larry Cook. Story number 2. Thank you so much, Mama Jen, for the cheer me up and the heart, cheer you up in the heart me. Maria, thank you for the rose. Kelsey, thank you for the heart me. Mama Jen, thank you for the team bracelet. Kelsey, thank you for the team bracelet. Lexi, thank you for the heart puff. Kelsey, thank you for the team bracelet. Stephanie, thank you for the garland headpiece. Monopoly, I got you too. You are story number 1, Monopoly. Anna, oh, I'm so excited that you sent that. I saw those, and I don't know if they're new to everyone, but they're new to me. I haven't seen them yet, and I was so excited to see it. And thank you so much for sending that, Anna. It was so cute. I think we're all obsessed. What are team gifts? If Tanya was here, she could explain it a lot better. She was trying to explain it to me. She's very well versed in all the live stuff. She works with a lot of live creators. Like, she is a mod in a lot of places. She helps with a lot of battles and stuff too. She really got me thinking about trying to battle. Could use the money. But anyway, she would know better. It's something, the team gifts helps the team status, which helps you in the rankings, and the higher you are in the rankings, the more you get pushed out, the more visibility you get, or something like that. Jessica, thank you for the heart me. Sherry, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you so much. I still need to send my story someday. Someday. Where do I find the team gifts to send? Silly question, I know. They're on the top left, like where it says my picture is, and then it says follow. There should be something with the team there. If someone could give Missy more precise instructions, that would be super, because I can't see it. How do battles work? So battles, normally it's that thing where you see 2 people next to each other, and like basically each of their people are sending gifts, and whoever gets the most gifts like wins. But I'm not trying to sit here and like, I feel like a lot of them are like, you send all the gifts, and it's like a beg for money kind of thing. But a lot of them it's not. Antonio was explaining to me that it's not. I could literally just be doing what I'm doing at the same time. I don't know. It's weird, but I'm probably not going to do it. I can't. It feels weird. But anyway, yes, team gifts. And for me, when you go to the gifts, go to exclusive, I don't think I would win battles. A heart with a plus sign. Yes, thank you. Hello, Ruby. Get out of town. I'm literally watching you on TikTok right now from last night. Hello, Maddie. I am in the town. Ooh, Stephanie, thank you for the Franktastic. Hold on. Lupita, thank you for the heart me. Stephanie, thank you for the passion rose. Lexi, thank you for the heart me. Sherry, thank you for the star and the rose. Lupita, thank you for the rose. Drexia, thank you for the tiny diny and the heart me. Lexi, thank you for the sushi. Lupita, thank you for the team bracelet. Drexia, thank you for the tiny diny and the rose. And Sherry, thank you for the marvelous confetti. And Missy, thank you for the heart me. Whew. My cat scared you. Oh, because she moved on the bed. Oh, look, she's going under. Do you guys see it? She's going under the covers. She's so cute. What a little cutie. You were watching my last live? Well, welcome back. Chicken and Quaffles, thank you for the cheer me up and the team bracelet. Just for your next date night, can you and Uncle do a paint your partner challenge and film it? Maybe. We did draw your partner. We did that, and we actually just threw those away. We've had them for like 2 years. I'm here. I got squirreled earlier and forgot to log on. Hi, Doxy. I've been watching your videos since summer of last year, and I love listening while I do chores. Whoop. Thank you, Hope. I just got on and saw something move behind you, Gianna. I lost my 18-year-old kitty a week ago. Oh, Sherry, I'm sending you so much love. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I need to catch up on YouTube over here. Brooke, hello. When you have to hide in the bathroom to catch your lives. Hannah, why are you hiding in the bathroom? No worries, Potato. No worries at all. Anne-Marie, hello. Victoria, sorry, Auntie and Potato. Jordan, I literally thought my daughter joined. My daughter's name is Leah too, so I got confused. Oh, okay. So glad I remembered it's Wednesday. You don't have to remember it's Wednesday. Make sure that you are in my Discord. The Discord is dsc.gg/Auntie Matrix. I just put it up on the screen for TikTok. And can one of the mods please pop it in the chat on YouTube? Join the Discord, guys. We have 1,800 people in there. You can chat with like-minded people. And I have an announcements channel that will tell you when I'm going live, when I'm dropping YouTube videos and merch and things like that. And I will also ask for stories for the live on there. So make sure that you are in the Discord, please. And thank you. The little bump. The little bump is so cute. Not me zoomed into the silly kitty watching her silliness. My kitty does the same but gets silly when she goes under. She's in a sleepy mode right now. Have you shared what the last story will be yet, or are you letting them be surprised? So, Brooke, I did tell them that the last story will probably be Graveyard Shift Part 2, but that's only if we get it. I have not gotten it as of yet. Remember, she said that Daniel was going to try his damnedest to write it, but he is still recovering, so I haven't gotten it yet. Not yet. What did I miss over here? I think I've got everything. If I missed anything, I'm so sorry. Daniel's in with his, here's Christine. Daniel's in with his nutritionist. We'll grab food and he'll send part 2 when we get home. Oh, okay. That's exciting. I hope he's feeling so good. Carrie, thank you for the heart me. So thankful I made it to the Discord. Yes, Kelsey. I'm currently also hiding in the bathroom to watch your live. I'm hiding in bed at 7:17 p.m. That sounds fucking glorious. Is the Graveyard Shift Part 1 on YouTube, and how long ago so I can find it? Do you guys remember when Graveyard Shift Part 1 was? It is on YouTube. It's in the live replays. Sorry, guys. I feel like there's a hair on my eyelash that's touching me. Hello, Stephanie. I forgot to say I emailed my first story to you the other day. Ooh, Anna. Let me put you on the list, Anna. Anna from TikTok, what is the name of your story? And I shall write it down. Did you feel like you noticed more weird things in your life since reading these stories? No. Hi, Jen. So excited. Hello, Jenna. March 15th. Okay, apparently it was on March 15th. Thank you so much, Linda. Linda, you are like the queen of knowing the YouTube live replays. You are the queen. I'm so thankful for you. Be aware it's very long. It's probably just as long as part 1. Perfect. Perfect. I'm busy packing while I listen. Hello, Aves. Hello, Carly Dunlap. Welcome, welcome. Last story. Yes, thank you guys. Your birthday's in 15 days. Happy early birthday. I swear I love it here. It's always the highlight of my night being with everyone. Yes, Victoria. I love it here too. Yams. What's up, Yams? Hi, Charisma. Or is it Charisma? And I'm just reading it Charisma because I'm having a hard time reading. I love you too. Same dream. Did we read that last time? Probably not. Just probably something very similar. I'm literally making popcorn from scratch to eat while listening. Do you mean you have like the little kernels? Are you roasting them over an open flame? Jenny and Bluebee, thank you so much for the roses. What's your most memorable story? Literally, there are so many I cannot even tell you. So when people ask this question, like, what's your favorite story? What was the scariest story? What's your most memorable story? I always just say the first story that really made me go, holy shit, and really scared me was part 13, and it's pinned on my page in TikTok. You know, I'm going to ask Auntie, house, book, wedding. Wedding is nothing. We are too busy with the house right now. Book, same with the book. And house, going good. The kitchen is supposedly getting completed this weekend. We just went and picked out some carpet. We are meeting with the landscaper hopefully on Friday, to talk about some stuff. So everything is going really, really good. Thank you so much for asking. Hi, I'm binge watching your videos. I should be asleep. Later in the UK. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Carousel. Hello, Ada. Hello, Lessa. I love your videos so much. Your voice is so soothing. Thank you. Anyone remember the story where someone woke up contorted? It happened to my friend. Oh! Does the house have good vibes? Will you sage anyways? Yes, the house has really good vibes. That's actually something I really like about it. As I've told you, I've been on and off feeling like really stressed about paying for the house because it's a scary big move. It's a big fucking move, right? But anytime I feel stressed about anything or whatever it was, as soon as I step foot in that house, I feel so calm. I feel happy. I feel at ease. The energy is really, really good in that house. But I am still going to cleanse the entire house and the land, bless it. I'm going to talk to the ancestors of the land, and I'm going to be burying tourmaline crystals, black tourmaline, in the corners of the yard and around the corners of the house, and doing a whole thing just in case. Not building our own home. No, we are purchasing a home and we are just making a few little improvements. Kelly, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate you so much. Welcome to the Glitch community. TikTok, please welcome Kelly to the Glitch community. And Monopoly, thank you so much for the Hi Bear, your first gift. Faye, thank you so much. Sarah Couch Potato. Ooh. Hold on. Whew, I'm trying to catch up over here, guys. Trying to catch up. Yes. That's why my room is looking like really disasterish. Remember to put a glass of water with sea salt and some coins in your front door and back door to keep away negativity and bring in prosperity. I didn't know that one. I'll have to remember that one. Hello, Mina Marley. Couch Potato is so cute. I super love it. That was really cute. I eat my cat's coat. That's weird. Don't do that. Are you going live tomorrow or this weekend at all? No, I have my daughter Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday this weekend. So the next time I would be going live would most likely be on Monday. Hello, Auntie Matrix. I have a scary story that happened to my mom. I will send it once I type it. Sounds great. If anybody wants to send stories, you can send them here to auntiematrix@gmail.com. It's on the screen for TikTok. And in YouTube, can one of my mods please put the email in the chat? Hold on. Somebody said, I sent a story. B. Robinson, I see it. You will be number 6. B. Robinson from TikTok, I see I am here. I saw that it just came through. You are number 6, story number 6. We have room for 3 more stories tonight, my friends. So if you have one, please let me know and I will write you down. Kelly, thank you for the hand hearts. Persevere, thank you for the rose. Michelle, thank you for the heart me. Persevere, thank you for the cheer me up and the team bracelet. It's taken me so long to get used to the new angle and it's about to change again. It is about to change again. Guys, I have plans for my office. I think I'm going to put, and you'll see because you're going to see the corner of the room. So I think I'm going to put one of those like boho like swings. You know what I'm talking about? In the corner. It'd be really cozy. I'm going to have some plants. Definitely going to have some cat things somewhere so the cats can hang out. I'm really excited about it. It's going to be so nice. It's going to be really, really nice. Welcome, everyone. The Glitch community is the best community. Yes! King, thank you so much for the hand hearts. Emma, thank you for the puffs. Emily, thank you for the heart me. Hello, Lorraine. Oh, I hope you feel better. I hope you're resting. Just hang out with us. Just rest and hang out. Macrame swing. Yes. I think I'm going to do that. Hello, Donna. You can't find Graveyard Shift Part 1 yet. It should be March 15th's live, and it's the last story. If you look in the description of the YouTube video, it will have it's time stamped, so you can like click on it and it should take you right to it. Will I have a wonderful day tomorrow? The 8-ball says, Jessica's portal friends say not today. Jess, your 8-ball thing just came up. Hello, Dylan. Woot woot. We can finally send our gift. If Justin will finish it. What do you mean? What are you... I forgot about that huge thing that you guys are working on. I'm very interested in what it is. I'm very interested in what it's going to be. Of course, I need plants in the office. 100% I need plants in the office. That would be really pretty. I like the macrame tree above your bed. Yes. Should I root some pothos for you so you can have some vines to have a rainforest? How do I even do that? Persevere. How do I do it? Daniela has a story. Where's Daniela? Daniela, what's the name of your story? I'm writing it down. You're number 7. You want to send me plant babies too? Guys, don't send me anything yet. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. I love that everyone is checking out their weirdness score. Friends on TikTok, we are also live on YouTube if you are interested in being on YouTube instead. If you like it better, the quality is a little bit better and the stories will be on the screen. I am Auntie Matrix on YouTube. Please come subscribe anyway, even if you stay on TikTok, because I do record these lives and the recordings will be up on YouTube in case you miss any stories or want to rewatch, and videos get posted on YouTube as well. A familiar grasp. Did we read that? Why am I having like deja vu today? I wrote you down, boo-boo. You're number 7, though. You're number 7. I'll get a video of my office to send you tomorrow to give you some ideas. Oh, yes. Persevere. Do it. Do it. It's definitely not a haunted life-size skinwalker, porcelain, clown, voodoo, demon, mimic, ghost doll. It better not be. I'm going to burn that so fast. Deja vu for you too, right? My patients say that I have a forest. That's exactly what I want. I do have to be careful though, Persevere, because pothos are toxic to cats. Hello, Kayla. Friends on YouTube also, in case you forgot, you can type !weird in the chat on YouTube and you can see your weirdness percentage. You can also type !8ball and ask a question to the 8-ball in the chat. It's fireproof. Justin. Donna, thank you for the hand heart. Hello, M. Does your new house have a porch? I love decorating porches. So it has like a tiny little, it's like a couple of steps and it's like the tiniest little porch thing. So like if the door is here, there's like a section to the right that goes out just a little bit. And I'm definitely putting plants there. I'm definitely going to put some like big plants there. Yes, like a stoop, but like an enclosed stoop. Does that make sense? It's not like a big, beautiful porch. Maybe one day we'll do a big, beautiful porch. Just lock the cats out of the office or hang the plants from the ceiling. I am not locking the cats out of the office, but I will absolutely hang the plants from the ceiling. Yay, stories, moon. Wait, I missed how to do the weirdness thing. !weird. Hello, Chris, my darling. How are you? How are you? Oh my God, the kids are so excited. Hello, Jessica. Familiar Grasp was read last time, no? You know what? We'll see. Because I mark stories when I read them, I mark them. So we'll check. Hello, Spiritual Witch Garden. I fell asleep last time you were going to read it. Did we read it though? And I didn't realize you were asleep? Let me look. We didn't read it. We didn't read it. My shirt says, carry on. It says, carry on my wayward son. And it has baby from Supernatural on it. It was a gift. It was a gift from one of my mods, Haley. Hello, Melmo. Hello, Miranda. Monopoly, thank you for the heart puffs. Okay, friends, we have spots for 2 more stories. How are we doing on Taps TikTok? 78K. Are we going to get to 500K again today? If we get to 500K, we add another story at the end of the live. You started watching Supernatural? Whoop, whoop. Hello, Tasha. So excited for you. Fight through the pain. Tasha, yes, I do have spots for 2 more, so you will be number 8. Tasha, what is the name of your story, my darling? Hello, Pixndixu. Hello, Kristen Wallace. Let me go look so I can remember. I started writing that down. Okay, you let me know. Let me know the name of it. Hi, Courtney. You're written down, though. You're number 8. We have room for 1 more story on the list tonight, unless we hit the goal, and then we will be reading an extra one. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Harmony. Does anyone else have a story they want me to write down? Oh my God, Courtney, you did. What happened? Oh no, Kayla. That's not good. Hello, Magic Cat. Hello, Valerie. Hello from New Zealand. Hello. Friends. Writing your story now. Okay, Potato, I'm going to write you down. Wait, Potato, didn't we read your story last time? You were like, read it, don't read it, read it, don't read it, read it, don't read it. Jess, I don't know if I'm going to have time for that. Daniel's part 1 was really long, and his part 2 is also really long. Oh, shit. Maybe if we rush, maybe if we hurry up, but I don't want to rush through anyone else's story. Make time. I know, boo-boo, but I need to get sleep. I can't be up till all hours of the night. And Uncle Matrix needs to get sleep because he has to get up and drive his son to school in the morning, and he can't go to sleep until I leave this room. It did not go through yet, and it might not be finished in time. I couldn't find Potato. You're going to be lost? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. Anna, thank you so much for the couch potato. Daniela, thank you for the hand hearts. We will see how it goes. Potato also doesn't know if their story is going to be here. So we'll start. We'll actually start in like a second. We'll do the drawing game and we'll start reading stories so that maybe we will have time to read part 1 and part 2. We will see. Fairies / Hatman / dad / stepdad. That's a lot. Fairies / Hatman / dad / stepdad. Okay. Can you do more stories? We are going to be reading stories this live, Justin. We're going to start in a few minutes. If you want to watch, that's okay, Tasha. If you want to watch other stories, you can watch them on YouTube or on TikTok or on Facebook or on Instagram. They're all over the place. Story time. I'm excited that this story has fairies in it. Daniela, thank you for the rose. You're welcome. Okay. Yes, another guy. Kelly, thank you so much for sharing the live. Okay. TikTok, tap that screen, my friends. We need 2 more couch potatoes for the gift goal. Why did my Discord thing not leave the top of my head? Hold on a second. There we go. Can I ask a question? Has anyone ever had dreams so vivid that they remember them years later? Yeah. I sent a picture on Discord of my plant holder. Let's see. Oh my God, it's so cute. Oh, it's so cute. I love it. The story will be called The Ripped Up Doll. Oh, I forgot you had the doll story. I forgot. Okay. I want everyone to tell me what their favorite candy is. King, thank you for the couch potato. So cute. What is everybody's favorite candy? Go. Ooh, 100 Grand Doxy is such an underrated candy. It's like one of my favorites. Sour Patch Kid, Twix, Kit Kats, Mounds, Rips, Twizzlers, Reese's, hands down Reese's, Gummy Bears, Snow Caps, Turtles. Ooh, Turtles. Chocolate Raisins. That's an old lady candy. Twix or Milky Way, Heath Bars, Butterfingers, Pez, Sour Strips. We have Sour Fayo, I don't know what that word is. Nikita, Skittles. Ooh, Caramello. Mike and Ike. Kit Kat, Reese's, Zero Bar, Lindor, Lemon Heads, Juji Fruits, Fun Dip, Peanut Butter M&Ms. Ooh. The left side of a Twix and Hershey's Cookies and Cream. What do you mean only the left side? You don't like the right side? They are an old lady candy. My best friend loves chocolate covered raisins. No, we didn't start reading yet. We're going to start in a few minutes. Yes, yummy. Fruit Bursts. That's a kiwi thing. Who said Pez? I've never heard that before. My aunt works for Pez. I love Pez. Remember when Mike and I had a fallout? No, Curtis, I don't. Okay, YouTube, you're getting an ad. Then we are going to play the drawing game to kick us off, and then we're going to start to read. Tell me what you get, YouTube. Tell me what you get. Bumblebee, first time making a live. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. The left side has more caramel. The right side has more cookie. Ami, that has to be a lie. That has to be a lie. Rolos. Those are actually good. They ask what's better, the right or the left side. Your mom worked for Ferraro. I can't say the word, but those are delicious. Hey, Jocelyn. Thank you. Me too. Sour Patch Kids. Post University. No ad. Penn Station. It's a lie because flip the bar over. How do you know which side is which? Courtney, that is a point. That is a good point. How do you know which is the left and which is the right? Mini eggs. Anything watermelon. Oh, you're making me really want some watermelon. Ferrero Rocher. Is that how you say it? Ferrero Rocher. Wait. Ferrero Rocher. Sarah, thank you so much for the phonetic the phonetic pronunciation. Stephanie, thank you so much for the sushi. Hershey's Symphony. Ooh, Cadbury's. Ooh. Someone told me once that Ferrero Rocher had a lawsuit because someone found maggots in the middle. Smarties. Hello, mouse. Hello, mouse. It is. It's a joke on the commercials, but both sides are the same. Oh, okay. Okay. Let me have a drink and then let's get the thing ready. Hey, Beth. Cadbury cream eggs are like one of my favorites. Katie, you did not miss stories. We're about to do the drawing game and we're going to read stories after that. Mouse, I was asking what everyone's favorite candy was. That's what we were talking about. My brother found maggots in his Red Bull. Oh my God. Ew. Ew. It was a marketing thing that they did a few years ago that Mike and Ike were splitting. They were packages with Mike or Ike crossed out. I'll send some pics in Discord. Oh my God, that's so cool. That is so cool. TikTok, we're so close to 100K. Please tap that screen. Before we start, I just want to say hello and welcome. My name is Jess. If you're new here, people call me Auntie Matrix and I read your weird, unexplainable stories. So if you're into that kind of stuff, TikTok, please hit the follow button. YouTube, please hit that subscribe button. Jess, oh my God. If you want to send in a story of your own, you can send them to auntiematrix@gmail.com. It's up on the screen for TikTok. YouTube, one of the mods will pop it in the chat. We have all the stories that we're going to read tonight already listed down. Make sure that you are in our Discord. The Discord is dsc.gg/antimatrix. It's on the screen for TikTok and it will be in the chat for YouTube in just a second. The Discord, we have over 1,800 people. You can hang out with like-minded people, and there's an announcements channel that lets you know when I am going live, when I drop a YouTube video or merch or anything like that. And also when I'm going live, I will ask and see if anyone has stories they want me to read, and I will start my list from Discord. So please make sure, it is very important to be in Discord, especially if you want to get announcements that I am live. So make sure you are in our Discord community. Okay. TikTok, please make sure that you are tapping that screen. Sending likes is free. It is fun and it is helpful for me. It helps to push out the live and it's helpful for you. If we see we have a counter on the bottom there, we were trying to get to 500,000 likes tonight. If we get to 500,000 likes, we will add another story to the 10 that we are already going to read. Also TikTok, if you want to send gifts, the gift goal right now is couch potatoes. We need one more couch potato. If you have team gifts to send, team gifts really, really help my live get pushed out. So if you want to send gifts, team gifts are the best thing to send. 103K. Whoop, 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 whoop. Also, if anybody wants to become a TikTok live subscriber or a YouTube member, it is the same thing, just on different platforms. If you become one of those, you get a badge next to your name in chat. You get access to all of the emotes. I think there's like 21 emotes. If someone could pop the emotes into TikTok and into the YouTube chat just to show everybody, that would be lovely. If you want to join, do that. Become a subscriber, become a YouTube member, join our glitch community. I am getting really distracted by the chat. I'm so sorry. I'm having a really, really hard time. Oh, Anna, thank you for the couch potato. The team gifts are up on the top. If you see my my picture on TikTok, and then there should be like a heart with a plus sign. If you click on that, those are how you send the team gifts. There's are also different ways. I think people were saying before. Thank you guys so much for popping all of the emotes into the chat. Those are all the emotes that you will get. Brooke Mathis, you have been member for a month on YouTube. Thank you so much for being a member. I appreciate you. Hello from Trinidad and Tobago. Nice. Hello, hello, hello. So in a few minutes, we're going to first play the drawing game, which we like to kick it off playing the drawing game, which is actually Pictionary. I'm going to draw on the screen and you guys will guess in the chat. It's just super fun little thing that we do to start off the night. And then we're going to start reading our stories. Also, if you go to the link in my bio, it's tessicavision.com. You can get all my other links, including like my PO box if you want to send me anything. And whatever else is in there. I can't even remember. I can't remember what's in there. Brooke, thank you so much for gifting a membership. I appreciate you. Sharon Harris, you now have a membership on YouTube. Sharon, welcome to the Glitch Community YouTube. Please welcome Sharon to the Glitch Community. Jen, thank you for the heart me. Jacqueline, thank you for the heart me. Any questions, please let me know. Oh, and also the most important thing, this is my only account. Actually, I have other accounts, but I don't really post on them. If anyone else DMs you pretending to be me, it is not me. I will never DM you. I will never tell you I have a reading for you. I will never tell you I have a message for you. So tell them to fuck off. Okay, great. I'm going to reset the skip goal. We're going to play the drawing game. TikTok, we are at 109,000 likes. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Please tap the screen, share, YouTube, back out of the live and press the thumbs up button. That's how you can like the live. And what shall we put? Let's do... You know what? Let's just do some hand hearts. What about that? Let's do some hand hearts as the next goal. Okay. Let me get Pictionary. Let me get the drawing game ready. Hello, Batty. Hello, Stephanie. Someone flagged your actual account as a fake in Discord too. That was so funny. I know. It was really, really funny. Stephanie and Kelly, thank you for the hand hearts. What am I doing? I'm getting the drawing game ready. Let's open up this one. Where is it? Where is it? I apologize also if you hear in the background my stepson screaming. He's playing games. And he is very loud. So I apologize if you hear him in the background yelling. Okay. Perfect. We are ready for the drawing game. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Drawing. Let me get this. Okay. Natasha went under the blanket. She's that little bump in the blanket on the bed. Batty, what's your question, friend? Pictionary word generator. Katie Joe! Hello, my friend. How are you, my darling? So good to see you. Oh, hey, Natasha. You keep tapping yourself out. Hello, Volleyball 5. Oh, man, I miss playing volleyball. I really like volleyball. Why is it the drawing game? Because of the way that I say the word drawing. People make fun of me, so now I have named it the drawing game. I don't hear him, Andy. It's okay having fun. I have kids too. Totally understand. Thank you. I remember I just saw a video of like yours pop up on my FYU page. It was this girl that had an egg that played music like no one in her family members know it. I actually think that turned out to be a joke by her mom, unfortunately. Unfortunately. All right. Oh, okay. We're going to try this, and I don't know how this is going to go. But here we go. All right, here we go. Here we go. Okay. We are drawing something, doo-da, doo-da. We are drawing something. Do you guys know what this is? I'm going to see if anyone gets this. I'm going to be so shocked. Yes! Your guys are getting it? I can't believe it. You honestly, some people are getting it on YouTube. Some people are getting it on TikTok. You guys honestly surprise me every fucking time. Every fucking time. Because I think, wow, this drawing is really bad. No one's going to get it. But here you are getting it. Everyone's just here getting it. The answer to this one is dugout. This is the dugout. So this is the person holding the bat. This is the person pitching, throwing the ball. And this is the dugout with the players in it. Woo! I can't believe you guys got that one. Man, am I proud. Man, am I proud. I don't know how to draw that. Why is the battery using a baguette? Because he was hungry. Non-American here, what's a dugout? So in baseball, the dugout is like the little place where all the other players are sitting when they're not playing. Okay. How the fuck would I draw mayhem? Okay, we're gonna try this one. Ooh, this is gonna be hard, I think. How should we draw this? What if we do this? And then we do like this. Okay, and then we're gonna go like this. And we're gonna have like one of these over here. And then like one of these over here. And then, Is this gonna help? I don't know. I don't know if anyone's gonna get this. Wait. You guys are getting it. You guys are getting it? Shut the front door. This is one-way street. It is a one-way street. I tried to depict a two-way street with a car going this way and a car going this way. That is crazy. What? You guys are so good. Okay. We're erasing. It was one-way street. We have one more to go before we start reading stories, my friends. Let me see. What are we gonna do? I'm gonna try. All right, I'm gonna try. Okay, here we go. Okay, you guys are close. Wait, someone guessed it. Someone guessed it. We're going to try this now. Hey, babe.
Hey. What's the thing?
I don't want to tell you. You want to
show me? Or can you?
Does this help? Does this help? Because a couple people are guessing it.
That's what I thought.
Yeah?
What?
It's this. It's this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it, right? Jamaican bongos. What? Why are so many people writing Jamaican bongos? Is that even a thing? Okay. All right. A lot of people on YouTube got it, and some people got it on TikTok. It is steel drums. These are steel drums, my friends. How many did you get? Let me know how many out of 3 did you get, and if you did not get them all, which ones did you not get? And then we are going to start reading in just 1 second. You're right back there. You want to say hello?
Hey guys.
Hello from Uncle Matrix.
Hi.
Hello.
Just can't find anything in this disaster.
You missed the last one. Look, it's your emote.
Yeah, it's me.
Don't leave me.
I gotta
Just stay right here
I was
forever.
supposed to take a shower.
I'll read while I hold your head. Let's try it.
All right.
Okay. This is not gonna work.
Okay.
Okay, bye. Oh yeah.
Can't remember when's the last time. You can't remember.
That sounds like someone I know.
I can remember.
You missed Dugout? Uncle Matrix, I've never actually seen you before. Well, there he is. There he is. And I want to say thank you to Jacqueline for the hand heart. Alex, if you're in here, I got your DM. And I will write back to you later. And if I forget, write back to me again. Do it again. Write back to me again. Remind me. Because I got a lot going on in this brain. Okay. Oh my God. I love that he let you try it even though he knew it wasn't going to work either. I can see both sides, but at the end of the day, you guys are talking about something else. You're halfway through your pregnancy today. Congratulations, Jess. We are squirreling.
Squirrel.
All right. We are going to start reading. So our first, you know what? Let me give you the lineup. Here's the lineup. Here is the lineup. You can't see any cats today? There is one, actually. Come here, Boons. There's 2 cats in the room. Luna is on the floor. You can't see her. Natasha is on the bed. She's that little lump in the middle. She put herself right under that little blanket right there, and she's the little lump. Okay. Here's the lineup. 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 Number 1 is Monopoly from TikTok, I think. I wrote down TikTok/YouTube because I couldn't remember, but I'm pretty sure you're on TikTok. With My Daughter Has Spidey Senses. Then we have Larry on YouTube with Quantum Immortality, Timeline Jumping, and Paranormal. Number 3, we have Amy Baby. I hope I'm reading this right. My handwriting's so bad. Amy Baby on TikTok with Duende 2. Number 4, we have RJ on YouTube with Imaginary Friends. Number 5, we have Anna on TikTok with Same Dream. Number 6, we have B. Robinson on TikTok with I Am Here. Number 7, we have Daniela on TikTok, A Familiar Grasp. Number 8, we have Tasha TikTok, Fairies, Hatman, Dad, Stepdad. Number 9, we have Potato YouTube, The Ripped Up Doll. And number 10, we have Daniel, as long as we get it, as long as it's sent, Graveyard Shift Part 2, if it's sent. And if we have time, we will read, if he sends it, and if we have time, we will read Graveyard Shift Part 1 first, and then Graveyard Shift Part 2. Keep tapping that screen, because if you tap that screen enough, my friends, and we hit 500K likes, we will add another story to it. I know my story's at the end, and I won't be on the live then because I have a different time here. So even when I'm not here, you can still read it. Okay, Potato, sounds great. Thank you so much for letting me know. Okay. So yes, keep tapping the screen, and TikTok, we need 8 more hand hearts for the gift goal. All right, we're doing My Daughter Has Spidey Senses. I want everyone to know who was on live last time when we were talking about this. I tried today to do this in a different way, my lists, but I really just like the way I do it. I really like the way I do it. I did make the Find Joshua video, but you know what? They didn't push it out. TikTok didn't push it out, so not a lot of people. Not a lot of people saw it. Sorry, 1 second. I got an update from my lender for the house. Hold on 1 second. I'm just going to read something really quick. Talk amongst yourselves, so 1 second. Okay. 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 God damn it, TikTok. Jess, it is the dreaded puzzle piece. We're still here, TikTok. We're still here. Thank you for the hand heart. Rin, it's your first gift. Woo woo! Angelique, thank you for the hand heart. Okay, we're reading. Oh, I didn't get it. I didn't get the story ready. I was getting... These lives make me feel like I have friends. Same. That's why I love them. Becky, thank you for the paper crane. My daughter has Spidey senses. Here we go. Let's pop this one here. I would like to pat myself on the back and say that for the most part, the past couple lives, I have been very efficient and I have not been squirreling that much, I think. I just want to give myself a round of applause and pat myself on the back. I used to say that to my kids when I worked at tutor time. They would do a good job. Be like, pat yourself on the back and say, good job, me. And they would all go, good job, me. Okay. You noticed that too? Thank you. Hey, Crystal. Welcome. Oh. Okay, we're going to read. My daughter has Spidey senses, and we're starting this at 1:07:10. Here we go. Hi, Auntie. Hi. Girl, do I have a story for you. My kids are having one hell of a spring break while I'm working. I'm a school nurse, but my spring break isn't for a few weeks, but Angelina, 15, and Tony, 9, are holding down the fort while I'm working. Yesterday, April 2nd, started out like any other day for me, but not Angelina. I got a text from her at 7:47 a.m. that said, it seriously sounded like someone broke in. So I called her and she said that she woke up because she heard glass shattering, but couldn't find anything that would have caused the sound. This is important. I tried to reassure her that it was nothing and she probably was just dreaming. Fast forward to me going to my per diem job at a local urgent care, and I get a text from my daughter asking if I could bring her to the doctor because she was feeling weird, like she might pass out. Then she said, and my face feels weird, but I think that's just because I saw something about it, but I don't know if it's actually because my face feels weird and I think I'm dying. Wait, what? I need to read that sentence again. She said, and my face feels weird, but I think that's just because I saw something about it, but I don't know if it's actually because my face feels weird and I think I'm dying. This text was sent at 6:45 p.m., which is the exact same time that a drunk driver drove into the front corner of our house. Glass shattered everywhere in our basement. Angelina must have been sensing this danger all day, but it intensified right when the accident occurred. Thankfully, we are all safe, but there's a hole in the house, which is now boarded up, but we live in upstate New York and we're getting a storm. Keep us in your thoughts. Thanks, Glitches. The end. Oh my God. Guys, stop it. That's crazy. First of all, it's crazy that a drunk driver crashed into your house and put a hole in your house. I can't even imagine. Second of all, I can't believe that your daughter does have Spidey. Has she ever done that before? Luna Baluna, I swear on everything that is holy, I will kick you right out of this room. I will turn this car right around, miss. Come here. Come and hang out. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come here. Jump. There we go. There we go. There we go. Here's a little Luna Balloona. She has had them, but not as wild as that one. Who's a little Luna Balloona? We all sort of sense things, but this was major. That is a major one. That is such a major one. Oh, it's the Luna emoji. Luna, look, it's you. That's terrifying. I had a fear of that growing up and seeing it on the news. A neighbor did it to our basement window. Okay, I'm going to put you down. Calm your horses. She was elderly and mistake the petals. Oh my God, Curtis, I actually saw that. Hey, Coco. I actually saw that. I remember I was walking into a doctor's office with my mom and my sister, and there was an old lady who was in the car, and she was mistaking the pedals because she like crashed into something, and I think she thought she was pressing the brake, but she kept pressing the gas instead, and she hit like 4 cars. It was so crazy. Thank God you guys are okay. Yes, I'm so glad you guys are okay. Someone did that at the bank that you work at? That's super crazy, though, that she sensed that. You guys have, you got some abilities over there, don't you? Thank you so much for sharing that. That is so crazy. Did you appreciate that? We are going to vote. Did you appreciate that story? Yes or no on YouTube? Happy face or sad face on TikTok? It actually happens all the time. It happens at my drive-thru in my old job. Found a lady on TikTok who can take a photo of your house and tell you if it's haunted. What? That's awesome. Hey, Heather, how are you? Ooh. That's kind of scary, though, that she felt like she was going to pass out and her face felt weird. I wonder if that's because, like, the driver's face hit the thing. You know what I mean? Like, hit the dashboard mirror, maybe, or something. That's so crazy. And that she heard it. It sounded, she heard like the glass breaking sound. And she thought that someone broke in the house. You love to read houses? You can read houses too. Our next story is going to be Larry from YouTube. Quantum immortality, time jumping, and paranormal. Larry, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to look this up, but I'm pretty sure, I'm like 99.9% sure that I read this story in the YouTube video that is recorded and will be out on Friday. So you're going to get it here, and it's already in the YouTube video. The YouTube video, by the way, friends who have my YouTube, this week's YouTube video with 10 brand new stories you haven't heard before, the Freaky Friday video, is already out for Glitch Community Plus members. If you are a Glitch Community Plus member on YouTube, you get access to early releases for videos. So it is already out for them, and for everyone else, the public, it will be out on Friday at 5 p.m. Larry, I just want to make sure that you're here, my darling, before I start reading this. You watched it already, Simone? Hey, Shayna. Hey, Shayna. Hey, Mojo, my darling. The feeling went away after the accident. Good, I'm glad so that she felt so much better after the accident. A neighbor almost took out the front of our house. They luckily were 5 feet over and hit our fence. Oh my God. That's crazy. I'm obsessed with watching them. Yes, I love it. I'm so glad you already watched it. Larry, oh, there you are on YouTube. Larry, I think you're behind on YouTube, by the way. I just want to let you know that. You might have to press the live button to catch up. Hello, Miriam. So to my friends who have watched the YouTube video or who will watch the YouTube video on Friday, I apologize, but you will hear this story. This will be a repeat for you because we are going to read it. We're going to read it now, and you will also have it in the video. Okay, we read this one on live. I just said that I was doing good and I was being efficient, and here I am with my brain not working. Quantum. Yes. Yes, this is definitely in the YouTube video. It's a rough brain today. Okay. Quantum immortality. Timeline jumping and paranormal. All right, we're going to start this one at 1:15:05. Here we go. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Thank you for giving us a space to learn. We aren't the only ones. You're so welcome. Thank you for being here. I have always had abilities. I don't publicize it. I'm surprised I'm emailing this. My abilities change and expand as I grow. I am almost 60 now and have seen a lot. I have always been able to project myself to other places, no cords. Oh, I remember this was actually really cool. For example, I remember being 3 and trying to tell my mom I was at school. At a school. I remember being 5 and projecting myself to my grandparents' house. My grandfather saw me and told me to go home, and all I could do was giggle. I could hear my grandmother talking, and he said, "She won't understand. Go home." So I did. As an adult, I project at will and have used it to check on people. I also have real dreams where I am suddenly another person and only have a few minutes to figure out clues as to who I am to see if I can intervene, or it's info only. I get warnings in dreams as well. I can't see spirits normally, but have experienced many of them through sound, things moving, lights, electrical things. I also work with energy and can heal people and animals when I'm supposed to. I can feel demons, some telepathy. I started noticing matrix glitches, I think in 2018. My cousin did as well. A screw that fell and disappeared, a lid that fell when I opened a juice in the car that has never been found in that car. Animals are there and then not. All of my abilities were much stronger before my probable quantum immortality jump. I spent a year and a half at my parents' house helping with my mother, and my husband traveled back and forth. She was on hospice for a year and would phase between dimensions, which led to all sorts of freaky and scary encounters. After she died, I went home with plans to start a business and work part-time with my husband delivery driving. I started setting up the space and we had a blast delivering together. 2 weeks in, I was watching a clear channel medium I follow, and she suddenly starts channeling, and it looks like she was looking right at me, which is impossible. And she says there is going to be an accident, which sometimes happens, and it wasn't supposed to be, but God has your back, everything will be okay. I blew it off because I know I'm going to live to be 90 and I am protected. The next day, we ran some errands with my husband driving. On the way home, the wheel went off the road on the passenger side and got caught on the drop-off of the road, and the car flipped. We landed among some trees. We live in a rural area and we're 1 mile from home. I was hanging from my seatbelt and couldn't find my phone. I helped my husband get his seatbelt undone, and he found my phone and realized I was having a hard time breathing and used his legs to support some of the weight. I called 911 and then said I had to go, and hung up on them and called my sister-in-law, who was going to be passing by the accident, and I needed to tell her. I heard a woman yell and ask if we were alive, and I said yes, and I called for help. My husband was frail, so when they arrived, they decided to remove the windshield the rest of the way and get him out to the ambulance and then come back and cut me free. I argued with the tow truck driver that I wanted my car at home. I had groceries and they were really expensive. The car is totaled and very scary looking. I started not feeling well and got a ride home. I had one cut on my leg, but that was it. I was in bed and suddenly I felt like I was dead. I contacted my friends that can talk to dead people and asked if I was alive or dead, and they all said alive, but they didn't explain what I was feeling. I started noticing other things. I didn't have as many abilities. It was super hard to heal myself. My feet went from a size 5.5 to a size 7. I just wasn't as organized. I totally forgot the business and started working at Amazon. My husband was different too. He wasn't as talkative. He asked me what I did with the filing cabinet that he had. He described it, and I told him I have never seen that filing cabinet and told him what I remembered, which was different than what we were looking at. He had a prior stroke from pushing a lawnmower out of a muddy area at a neighbor's on a hot day. I talked to the doctor and the neighbor, and everyone confirmed it, but in his timeline, he had it from high blood sugar. This was a very confusing period of time. I watched the video you had on Instagram reading a story of a woman who had jumped timelines in an accident and realized that is what happened, quantum immortality. My husband died 10 months after, My husband died 10 months later from natural causes. He has made himself known. He has been seen. He has moved things, tried to open a door, but it was locked, touched people, sat on a bed. It has been comforting, so I continue to talk to him. I am now back at my dad's house. I started noticing some odd things about myself. Some days, my socks are too big. Same socks I've had for 2 years. I have had those little floss brushes everywhere, like purses, car, backpack. I didn't know why. I don't have any gaps in my teeth. I remembered yesterday that I did have a gap in my bottom teeth. I woke up yesterday and felt a ridge behind my front teeth and my socks fit. Then it hit me that sometimes the ridge is there and sometimes it isn't. So I called my cousin and I told her about the freaky differences, and she said it explains why sometimes she has a scar and sometimes she doesn't. We are cycling through timelines. The physical items seem to remain the same, but I need to pay closer attention. In some timelines, I still sew and have the energy and write lists, and in other timelines, I scroll and don't remember how to read patterns. I'm going to start taking notes to see if I can match physical attributes with personality/abilities. I was curious if anyone else has noticed this happening to them. The end. Oh my God. Wow. Holy guacamole. Oh my God. That's crazy. I'm so sorry for your loss. Yes, I'm so sorry for your loss also. Wow. That's so sad. That's also crazy. Are y'all time hopping over and over? Are you really even here right now? Oh my God. This is seriously going to make me pay more attention to my day. This is so amazing. Whoa. Listen, where are you? Hold on. Where is Larry? Larry, what I said in the video and what I'm saying again now is I think it's interesting that your mom, when she was on hospice, you said that she was going in and out of dimensions. And then now you seem to be going in and out of timelines and dimensions. And are you saying that your cousin is also going in and out of dimensions? I think this is all so crazy. Yes, yes, and yes. Thank you for sharing. I'm sorry about your husband. I've been jumping multiple timelines and it's freaky. You have too, Eliza. I was going to say maybe it's a family thing. Maybe it's in the family. Yes, we both are. Must be hereditary. That's what I was saying. I know you said you're joking about that, but that's what I meant. Check the history of your bloodline. What do you think would be in the history of the bloodline? What if they jump to a timeline where her husband is still alive? That would be really nice. This is so crazy. So good. Thanks for sharing. Things are getting strange for all who are alert to it. That's very true. Sherry, thank you for the rose. I missed all these. Kayla, oh my goodness, hold on. Margot, thank you for the hand heart. Becky, thank you for the rose. Kayla, thank you for the hand heart. Rin and Shay, thank you for the hand hearts. Saucy, thank you for the heart puffs. Saucy, thank you for the heart me. Monopoly, thank you for the heart puffs. Sherry, thank you for the rose. We both have abilities that we got from my grandpa, so it's definitely something in the family. I didn't even get an alert you were on. I found you while scrolling. Make sure you're in my Discord, Drea, if you want to make sure that you get alerts, because I will alert you. It's dsc.gg/Auntie Matrix. Hello, Vanessa. Maybe they're related to some crazy cryptid. Maybe. The story was sad, happy, and strange. I loved it. I thought I've been going crazy. I knew I could see the shifts. Oh, yes. Plus, Grandpa said she won't understand. I forgot about that part. Yes, your grandpa, when you used to jump out of your body and astral travel around like a pro. Thank you, Kim. Your grandpa was like, she won't understand. Yes. This is all very interesting and very cool. But how do you live like that? Jumping in and out of timelines, it must be feel really weird and frustrating. Grandpa wasn't phased. I talked to my grandpa. This is all so, so cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Appreciate this story. Thank you so much for sharing your story. It's confusing. I can imagine. We were going to vote. Did you appreciate that story? Yes or no on YouTube? Happy face or sad face on TikTok? It sounds like it's confusing, man. How do you keep up with what's what? Yes, exactly. What's going on, Natasha? Hey, Victoria, how are you? I miss my abilities that I had. I can imagine. When you have those days, because you said you're kind of like, some days your shoes fit or your socks fit, sometimes they don't. Sometimes you have the ridge, sometimes you don't. During any of those days, like, do you feel like your abilities are stronger? Like when you're in a certain timeline, do you feel like they're stronger? Hello, Star from Toronto. Hello. I scroll too much to be able to handle all that. I need Post-its all over. Oh my God, Snow White, yes. I'm starting to write it down. Okay. Yes, you said you were going to start to pay attention to it. That is very interesting. Good luck with that, man. Good luck. Jess, you're over on YouTube. Okay. We read this on live. Let me pop this away. And then Potato. I did not get it yet. Where did you send it? If you sent it to Auntie Matrix, I didn't get it, Potato. New gift goal. Woo! You guys are amazing. Oh my God, guys, we're at 192K. Are we going to make it to 500K tonight and get that extra story? Let's see. Okay, we are going to reset the gift goal. Let's do... Where's my panther paws that I love? Where's the panther paws? We're gonna do panther paws. 11 panther paws is the gift goal. TikTok, please keep tapping that screen. All right. I eat rabbit food. Oh, I hope you're feeling good out of surgery. You just sent 10K likes on TikTok. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right, we are reading. The next up is Amy Baby with Duende 2. We're going to be reading Duende 2 by Amy Baby on TikTok. And on deck after that one is RJ, Imaginary Friends. Duende 2. All right, we are starting Duende 2 at 1:27:35. Here we go. Hi, Auntie. Hi. I have a Duende story. Crazy. I wanted to share this story right before you read that first one a few months ago. I thought, what are the odds that someone is sharing a Duende story? Anyways, this is not my story. This happened to my aunt and cousin. My aunt shared the story with me years ago. This happened about 23 years ago when my cousin was about 2 to 3 years old and they lived in Ecuador at the time. Like the previous story, duendes are elves/leprechauns/gnomes known to like people/kids with known to look like, I think. People/kids with long, beautiful hair or just heavy body hair. My cousin had beautiful, black, curly, thick hair since she was born and had baby hair on her back and arms. Oh, wait, they like hair? Is that what you're saying? I had no idea. Yeah, they like hair. That is so weird. Hold on, sorry. I'm getting off of my... Hold on. I'm getting off of my donut. Okay, we're taking a break from the donut. My aunt and cousin, we'll call her Liz, shared a room and co-slept together in my grandmother's house at the time. My aunt said that during the night, she would feel her daughter being pulled away from the bed while they were sleeping. My aunt would get in a state of being half asleep and half awake, almost like she was drugged and couldn't get up to see what was going on. She said eventually she would just fall back asleep. She said when she would wake up in the morning, she would see my cousin on the floor sleeping, and not only that, she would find random little braids in her hair. She said this happened many times, but only at night when they were sleeping. That's a freaky, man. The braids is freaky, man. The family suspected it could be a duende because of the braids. They tried questioning my cousin about who did her braids, but all she would say was, "My friend with the hat." One day, my cousin Liz and my other cousin, we'll name him Jack, were playing in her room. My cousin Jack at the time was around the same age as my cousin Liz. My aunt left them playing there for a bit while she was in another part of the home doing other things when all of a sudden she heard Jack screaming for his dear life. She ran to the room and found Jack crying in a corner and my cousin Liz next to him. When he was calm and no longer scared, they asked him what happened. Jack said, "A little man with a hat told me, boo." He explained that they had been playing and the duende appeared and started coming up to him with his arms out, motioning him to go away, saying boo, trying to scare him away and leave the room. When they questioned my cousin, all she said was that it was her friend with the hat. There were no other incidents like this again, although the night ones did continue but eventually went away. I believe my grandmother took my cousin Liz to get baths to wash away bad spirits, etc. My cousin doesn't remember much about the duende, just that he was a friend that would come around but cannot remember the details of his visits. The end. This was ooh, we got a lot of on YouTube from Hiiiiii. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Friend with the hat. That's a Hatman, right? If it's a friend with a hat. I have a question. What does a duende look like? Because in my brain, a duende, oh, you know what? I'm thinking of La Llorona. La Llorona is the one with the long black hair and the white dress. But if we keep saying the man with the hat, that does sound like a hat man. What does a duende look like? Hence the hat. Yes, of course, hence the hat. Night hairdresser is a flex star. Body hair isn't weird, Megal. I have body hair. I have nice armpit hair. I do not shave my armpits. I think it looks very cute. They're little. Not all spirits with hats are the Hat Man. That's very true too. A friend, but little, right? I'm thinking like leprechaun. Oh yeah, you said it in the beginning what they were. I can't believe I forgot that. They're really tiny creatures, like elves or gnomes. I think they're really small, like gnomes almost. Yeah, I definitely read that part. I definitely read it and I forgot. Coworker used to call me a duende. It's Spanish version of a gnome. I'm picturing a garden gnome. Conical hat. Oh. If I shaved my body hair, I could donate it to Locks of Love Mojo. Yes, it's very common. I know it's very common in Hispanic culture. My East Coast friend, La Llorona, is La Llorona. Sorry. La Llorona. Sorry. I'm super white, guys. Okay. I try my best. Thank you so much for sharing your story. They're like little tricksters. Okay, now it's coming back. It's all coming back to me now. Did you appreciate that song? Body hair is common in every culture. We just have become a shame culture. My Sharona. That's the song you're thinking of. Did you appreciate that song? Did you appreciate that story? Yes or no on YouTube? Happy face or sad face on TikTok. If I can start it up. There we go. There we go. Where is my... Why can't I see it? All right, hold on. Something weird's happening. Whoa. Something really weird is happening, guys. My TikTok live studio is transparent. Like there's a window here and the top says TikTok live studio, but I can't see anything in it. So that's really weird. That means I can't do anything in there. Interesting, but I would like to say thank you to Stephanie for the Panther Paws, JMD for the Panther Paws, Catch Twin for the Panther Paws, Rin, thank you for the Panther Paws, Catch Twin for the Heart Me, Mialana, thank you for the Rose, your first gift, Rose Belly, thank you for the Heart Me, and the Team Bracelet. It's still letting you vote. Screen is out on TikTok. Something happened to TikTok. TikTok just went black. TikTok, can you see me? Can you hear me? Talk to me, TikTok. Is TikTok down everywhere? No one's answering in TikTok, so something definitely happened. Is all of TikTok down? Or just my live went down? No sound or picture. You're the only one. That is so weird. Okay. Let me try to close TikTok Live Studio, and I'm going to try to reopen it. You can see the chat. Hold on. Am I back? I just saw if she comes back with braids, I'm going to die. Okay, we're back. Okay, cool. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. Let me just pop out the TikTok chat again so I can get it over here. Katie Joe, thank you for the panther paws. Okay, we're back. What loyalty that no one left. It's actually so sweet. Thank you so much for staying, my friends. I don't know what happened. TikTok Live Studio just like crapped out for a second. And it kept our likes. Woo! We're halfway there, guys. We're almost halfway to the like goal. And we need 5 more panther paws. TikTok, did you get to vote or no? Did the voting work? Jess, thank you so much for the heart puffs. I don't have any braids, Cheryl. Jess, thank you for the heart puffs. Lindsay, thank you for the panther paws. Yes, you got to vote. Okay, perfect. All right. All right. Okay, next up is RJ from YouTube, Imaginary Friends. And then on deck after that is Anna from TikTok, Same Dream. So let's get RJ. Let's get RJ's ready. Red on live. Let me find RJ's. My Sharona. Boom, 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 boom. Imaginary friends, imaginary friends. I'm gonna let these cats out of the room before we read this because they're meow meow meowing. Luna wants to get out so bad. Yeah, that's Natasha, Amy. You got it. Daniel will send part 2 in 20 minutes. Woo! Perfect. Imaginary friends. I'm letting these cats out. Un momento, per favore. Yes, an ad for YouTube, Shell. That's really great. Thank you so much for reminding me. YouTube, you are getting an ad. Please let me know what you get. You want to get out? Tish, you want to get out? Tish, are you okay? Tish, where'd you go? Tish, where'd you go? Hello, Natasha. Hello, sweet baby. You want to get out? Let me show you to everyone first, and then I'll let you out, okay? Natasha says hello. Say hello, Natasha. I love you too much. Natasha says hello. Hello, my name is Natasha. Meow, meow, meow. All right, I'll let you out. Come on. Oh my God, totally banged my knee. No ad for you. Oh, I love all my Natasha's emotes in the chat. If you become a TikTok Live subscriber or a YouTube member, you will get Natasha's emote as well as 20 other emotes. Okay. Here we go. Are we ready? Are we ready for the next story? Also, thank you so much to... Holy crap, a lot of gifts. Jess Petit for the Heart Puffs, Lindsay for the Panther Paws, Brittany for the Heart Me and the Team Bracelets, Solasan for the Panther Paws, Leanna for the Rose, Songs for the Heart Me, Catch Twin for the Love You, Leanne for the Rose, Hi Bear, Finger Hearts, Catch Twin for the Finger Hearts. Thank you so, so, so much. Friends, keep tapping the screen. She is a Russian blue. Yes, she is. Keep tapping that screen. We are at almost at 250,000 likes. We're trying to get to 500,000 likes tonight to get an extra story. So keep tapping that screen. And we need 3 more Panther Paws. Whew. Stephanie, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Glitch community. TikTok, please welcome Stephanie to the Glitch community. And Stephanie, also thank you for the rose. Daniela, thank you for the roses as well. Hello, Toy. Whew. I just talked really fast and I got out of breath. Does that ever happen to anybody? Turbear, I will hopefully be able to read part 1 and part 2. I'm not sure. We will see how much time we have because they're both very long. And we have other stories that we're reading now. So we'll see what time it is. Mojo, thank you so much for sending a subscription. I appreciate you. Kayla, you got a subscription. Welcome to the community, Kayla Garland. And guys, we are in a subwave on TikTok. We need to get 5 more subs in the next 15 minutes. Jen, thank you for the team bracelets. Subwave, subwave. Oh my God, Jess, Justin, are you in here? Jess is Justin. If you're in here, you need to send us a video in Discord of you talking Russian. I want to hear it. Liz, thank you for the heart me. Sherry, thank you for the team bracelets. We have read 3 stories. We are on number 4. I'm interested to hear it. Liz, thank you for the team bracelets. Guys, the team gifts really, really help to push my live out, and so does tapping the screen, so please make sure you're tapping the screen. Stephanie, thank you so much for gifting a subscription. Jen, you got a subscription from Stephanie. We need 4 more. Shy, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Glitch community. Everybody at TikTok, welcome Shy to the Glitch community. Hello, AJ. Thank you guys for the team bracelets, Jen and Lupita and Sherry. We need 3 more subs for the subwave. Sorry, YouTube. We're in a subwave on TikTok, and I'm just going to bang out the subwave before we go on and read the story. Mojo, thank you so much for sending a subscription. Haley Terps, you got a subscription from Mojo. 2 more subscriptions. 2 more subscriptions. Woo! Oh my God. Brooke, thank you so much for gifting a membership on YouTube. Maria Aguilera, you got a membership from Brooke. Congratulations. Stephanie, thank you so much for sending another subscription. I appreciate you. Brittany got a subscription. Sarah, thank you so much for sending a subscription. JMD, you got a subscription from Sarah. Lauren, thank you so much for sending 2 subscriptions. T Young and Katie got subscriptions. Woo! Guys, oh, the subwave is complete. It's actually more than complete. I think you guys got 2 more than we needed. Thank you so, so much. You guys are so, so amazing. Did I miss anybody? I didn't. I got it. I got everybody. Whoo! You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. This community is the best. I super appreciate you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, Catch Twin. Money, 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 money. Thank you so much. And Rin, thank you for the Panther Paws. Holy, oh my God. Steph Williamson, thank you so much for becoming a member on YouTube. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Glitch community on YouTube. Congrats to all the new subs. Boom, 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 bum, 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 bum. Okay. Should we get on to the next story now that you guys have spoiled the shit out of me because you're amazing? Jen, thank you for the team bracelets. YouTube, TikTok, I want to let you know that we are also streaming on YouTube. So if you like YouTube better, you can come on over. I am Auntie Matrix on YouTube. And you should also come and subscribe to YouTube anyway, even if you go back to TikTok, because this live is recorded and posted on YouTube. And I post new videos on YouTube and things like that. One is coming out on Friday at 5 p.m. It is already out for Glitch Community Plus members. Saucy, thank you for the team bracelets. Panda, thank you for the team bracelets. Okay. We didn't find Joshua yet, no. But you know that post that I put out, the Find Joshua post that I put out on TikTok, did not get a lot of views, so. Jacqueline, thank you. I knew it was you, Steph. I knew it was you. Okay, we are reading Imaginary Friends. This is our next story. We are starting it at 1:45:29. Here we go. Hi, Auntie. Hi. I'm Call Me RJ on YouTube. I know. I am thrilled you now go live on YouTube since I am not on TikTok. Had to look up how to spell it. How to spell TikTok. And was limited to watching replays for a while after finding you on Instagram. I love your channel and storytelling so much and being a part of the glitch community you fostered. Thank you for all the kindness and acceptance that you show us. I love you so much. Thank you for being here. Before we jump in, trigger warning for pregnancy termination. Okay. Imaginary friends. I'm the oldest child in my family, and I was an only child until my sister came along when I was 11 years old. Well, before then, I had an imaginary friend that I called David. He wasn't really a playmate, as I believe most imaginary friends are. David was more like a protective older brother to me. My most vivid memory of David is when he would sit on the side of my bed at night after I'd been tucked in to go to sleep. The door to my room was to the right of my bed, and I could see into the hallway and the upstairs landing of the house. He would sit between me and the open door on the edge of my bed, watching over me as if he understood that I didn't love being upstairs by myself at night. My parents would still be awake and involved with whatever downstairs on the main level of our little Cape Cod-style home. I had two closet doors in my bedroom, one open to a typical finished closet where my clothes hung, and the other opened to an attic space with the slanted ceiling/roof that wrapped around to the back of the house and the wall of the upstairs bathroom. The backside of the tub was even visible into the attic space. Ooh, the backside of the tub was visible into the attic space? It's weird. It being an unfinished attic, I found it kind of creepy. Yeah, though I don't think anything unusual happened before this day. One day I had a few friends over, I believe 3 girls. 2 of them were sisters. The younger one always came along to hang out with us. As kids do, we were goofing around and going in and out of the attic space from my room. As I remember it, we were standing in the open doorway facing into my room with our backs to the attic space. One of the sisters felt a tapping on her shoulder and turned to me as if I was the one who had tapped on her. It wasn't me, though. It wasn't any of us. We must have begun to be loud and making a fuss after that because I remember my father coming up to my room to address the commotion that he was hearing. We explained to him what happened, that someone tapped on my friend, let's call her Lucy's, arm. She was the older of the 2 sisters, and we think something or someone in the closet, really the attic, I don't think I knew it was called an attic space at the time, I was only 6 or 7 then, touched her. Lucy and her sister were on the verge of tears at this point. My dad looked at me very seriously and said, "You are scaring your friends. Don't you think you should tell them it was you? We know there's no monsters or scary things in this closet." I tried to tell my dad, "It wasn't me, I swear," but before I could finish my sentence, I caught the look in his eye as if to say to me, "Stop lying." My face dropped. I knew what he was conveying. Take the blame. Whether it was real or not was unimportant. So I turned to my friends and reluctantly fessed up that it was me. I must have tapped your arm even though I don't remember. I hated that feeling of not being believed. I don't know if it was David that day. I had not seen him with us, nor had he spent time in that closet/attic at all. I'm sorry, I'm having like a contact issue. Nor did he spend time in that closet/attic at all. I was usually too scared to open that second closet door when I was by myself in my room, which was often. It was too shadowy or spooky of a space for me. Yeah, it sounds really, really spooky. Eventually, I stopped seeing David around me altogether, but I never lost the feeling of wanting an older brother, someone who would tuck me under his wing and be a buffer between me and what has often felt like a very harsh and aggressive world. Years later, when I was moving into my first apartment post-college, my mother told me that she'd been pregnant before me. but she decided not to continue her pregnancy. I think she was trying to open up for us to communicate about sex, relationships, protection, and pregnancy, as I was in my early 20s, about the same age she was during her first pregnancy. She was and still is awkward with any vulnerable conversation. I hadn't dwelled too much on it at the time. About 3 or 4 years later, when I was around 24 or so, I had a friend who was and still is a professional intuitive and tarot reader. During a reading, she told me that I have another sibling, a brother. It was a quick point, nothing we spent too much time on, but curious nonetheless. In my life experience, I just have the one younger sister. When it first came up, we thought maybe my father, when serving in the military and overseas, could have fathered a child unknowingly before my parents were married. When I spoke to my dad about it, he thought for a moment and then he said, "It's possible. It also could be the pregnancy that your mom had before she was pregnant with you." We didn't talk about it again after that. Fast forward to when I'm 45 years old and I attend an intimate gathering for Samhain. Oh, no, it says pronounced Samhain? Samhain? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Which is the pagan Celtic holiday that predates Halloween. Our gathering of less than 10 women was mostly a sweet social event the weekend before the actual holiday. The women hosting, yes, a proclaimed witch, led a guided meditation. It seemed simple and sweet enough. Though, as anyone who celebrates, I'm saying Samhain even though it's not right. Anyone who celebrates knows this is the time of the year when the veil between worlds is the thinnest and we can connect more easily with those that have passed over. As soon as the meditation ended, I had an incredibly vivid awareness of what I had just experienced. There had been a young man, dark, shaggy, haired, lanky, very emo in his appearance and physicality, clinging to me, sitting close to me, arm draped around my shoulder. He seemed like a young adult age, late teens, early 20s maybe. He had this immature quality to him, as if not fully formed as a person, full of feeling, but lacking any rigid substance, if that makes sense. His love for me felt intense, whole, and consuming. I had this awareness that he had attached himself to me long ago, only being able to experience life through me and my own experiences. He is extremely tender-hearted. Then I just knew, this is David, my brother in the womb before me that never got the chance to live his life. Had he been with me all this time and I had lost the ability to see him? Yes, it seemed so. All the drive home the next day after the gathering, I could feel him in the passenger seat of my car, his preference for heart-aching music on the radio, his sad and sweet relief that I could feel his presence again. During the week that followed, I could mostly feel him around me, and I wondered how much he'd been with me over the years through my own personal trials and experiences. I still feel him from time to time, most easily when I am in the car alone. He makes his music preferences known, ha ha ha, and I wonder if my own emo side is really mostly David, expressing himself through me, the closest thing to being alive that he has access to. I have more stories of imaginary friends, not mine though. Like when my sister was little, she had 2 imaginary friends, always in the pair, and their names sounded like gibberish names to me. What were their names? Because my sister had a pair of imaginary friends called Kiki and Kaka. Then years later, I heard someone reference one of the names completely out of context. It turns out what I thought was gibberish was really a typical name in the language spoken in my grandparents' native home before they immigrated to the U.S. I quickly realized that these names weren't gibberish at all. They were actual names in another language, a language my sister had zero personal access to or knowledge of as a child. I've since asked my sister what she remembers of her imaginary friends, and she doesn't remember much. By her mid-30s, they became a footnote of childhood, and she has no memory that would identify them to her as real. She is also not at all woo-woo and doesn't enjoy investigating or giving much time or thought to these topics. Her answer to me was a simple, maybe, when I told her I think her imaginary friends were very real ancestors of ours that carried her through to this life and stayed with her for a time. My son has often told me about speaking to the ancestors and even written out the names of my and his dad's grandparents that have passed away when asked who he is talking to. But I'll have to share more about my son and his incredible abilities another time. For him, I could write a book as he shared with me about past lives. He remembers his past lives, his thoughts on being an alien from another planet, being over 300 years old, and so much more. Oh my God, I need to hear all that stuff from your son. You need to hear it. When he was just 2 years old, that intuitive friend of mine, unprompted, informed me that my son is a medium, and there's much evidence that this is likely true. A story to be written for another day. Thanks for reading. The end. Oh my goodness. RJ. Avi and Gaggy. Okay, so they weren't Kiki and Kaka. That was such a good story. Yes, so good, so good. You guys are going crazy with this 8-ball. I love it. That was an awesome story. I definitely, when you were talking about him originally, I was like, that has to be, well, you know what? Because you said warning for pregnancy termination, trigger warning for pregnancy termination, and then you were talking about your imaginary friend called David. I was like, that's probably your sibling, your angel sibling. Encore, Lauren says. Kelly says, so good. Daniel sent part 2. Woo! I'll check my email in a second, make sure it's here. Wait, why will your leg be stuck together? Oh, you're talking to the 8-ball. The 8-ball is bullying. Hello, Med. How long has the live been going for? We have been live for almost 2 hours now. Thank you so much for sharing your story, RJ. That was an awesome, awesome story. And we definitely want to hear more about your son also. We're going to vote, did you appreciate that story? Yes or no on YouTube. Happy face or sad face on TikTok, if I can get to it. Yes, I can. TikTok, you are killing it. We are 336,000 likes. Keep tapping that screen, my friends. We're trying to get to 500K likes tonight. If we do, we will add one more story at the end of this list that we're reading right now. And we need 2 more Panther Paws for the gift goal. You guys are just fighting with the 8-ball again today. Okay, the next story. The next story that we have up is Anna from TikTok with Same Dream. Anna, I want to make sure that you are still here, and we will go through the rest of the lineup in case you are just coming in. Hello and welcome. My name is Jess. People call me Auntie Matrix, and I read your weird, unexplainable stories. Jacqueline, thank you so much for Perfect Beats. That was so cute. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. If you want to send your stories in for another time or a possible video or anything, you can send them to auntiematrix@gmail.com. The email is on the screen for TikTok. YouTube, one of the mods will pop it into the chat for you. And also, please make sure that you join the Discord if you can. The Discord is dsc.gg/antimatrix. It's up on the screen for TikTok, and it will be in the chat for YouTube in a second. Hopefully my mods are paying attention and not just playing with the 8-ball. They are. Come join the Discord. There's 1,800 people in there. We can hang out with like-minded individuals, and it's a great place to be for announcements. You'll know when I'm going live, when I post a YouTube video, and all of that stuff. Okay. Thank you so much, by the way, I missed some things while I was reading that story, and I want to say thank you for Mama for the heart, me, Brea for the heart, me, Francisca for the rose, Singing Lady for the Rosa, Daniela for the rose, Snow White for the rose, Jacqueline for the perfect beats. I said Jen for the team bracelets, Catch Twin for the team bracelets. Thank you so much. Also, we got a new member on YouTube. I saw, but I was in the middle of reading and I did not want to interrupt the story, so I'm trying to scroll up and see. It's Ashley. Ashley Barnes, thank you so much for becoming a member on YouTube. I appreciate you so much, and I hope everybody welcomed Ashley, and it looks like you already did. Okay. YouTube squirrel. The YouTube friends are squirreling. TikTok, we are also live on YouTube, just in case you want to join over there. I am Auntie Matrix on YouTube. It's a little better quality, and the stories are on the screen over on YouTube. Also, Jenny, thank you for the perfect beats. Oh my God, I love those. They're so cute. Also, make sure you're subscribed to YouTube just in general if you're not TikTok, because I do record these lives and they are posted on YouTube later on tonight. And also, I post videos on YouTube. There's a new YouTube video coming out on Friday with 10 new stories. Okay. Wait, did Anna say that she was here? Because I am definitely not paying attention because I am talking too much. For the next story, Anna, are you here? Are you here? Rosie, thank you for the team bracelet. I just want to make sure that Anna from TikTok is here for Same Dream. If not, we'll skip to the next one. Boom, 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 boom. You're here. Perfect. Okay, Same Dream. All right, let me put this one here. We read this one on live. We're going for Same Dream. I see part 2 from Daniel. Whoop, whoop. Same Dream. Got you, Anna. Here you are. Okay. Let me turn this off. YouTube, I love that you're having so much fun with the 8-ball. Friends, if you are on YouTube, you can type !weird in the chat and you can get your weirdness percentage for fun. And you can also type !8-ball and ask the 8-ball a question. And it is a dick a lot of the time. All right. All right, we're reading Same Dream, and we are starting it at 2:00:50. Here we go. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. This is going to be quite a long story, LOL, so let me get straight to it. This happened years ago, but to be honest, I completely forgot about it until it randomly came up into conversation with my dad earlier today, while he was talking about strange things, LOL. So my granddad passed away in 2009. He was very close, and I spent nearly every weekend with him, my nan, and my dad. I would have been 7 years old when he died, and he died in July. This is important to remember. Fast forward to Christmas time in 2009, me and my dad and nan was all staying around her house on Christmas Eve as we were going out on Christmas Day. Me and my nan was sleeping in one room and my dad in another. I wake up, or I was dreaming, look at the alarm clock to my side, and it says 3:02 a.m. The time is always vividly stuck in my mind. I sit up to take a drink of water, and my granddad is standing to the right of me by the mirror looking at me. I obviously freak out, and I'm only young, so I remember hiding under the covers. I must have fallen back asleep somehow. LOL. I don't understand how people do that. So many stories, they're like, oh, I put my head under the covers and I fell back asleep. How the fuck did you do that? I wake up in the next morning, start walking downstairs, and overhear my dad telling my nan, he woke up last night around 3 a.m. to my granddad standing in his room looking at him. But he didn't want to say anything to me in case it scared me. This was never spoken about again. Why didn't you say something to him? I had the same dream every single Christmas Eve night around 3 a.m. every time for the next 7 years. The last time it happened for me was Christmas Eve 2015. I was 13 in 2015 and I'm 21 now. Anyways, it somehow came up in conversation today, and my dad said something like, you know, I used to see my dad, your granddad, for years at Christmas after he died. I'm obviously like, what? And we both relay the exact same dream to each other over the phone, like literally finishing each other's sentences. Neither of us have seen Granddad in a dream since Christmas Eve 2015, but wherever he may be, I hope he is okay. Thank you for taking the time to read this. The end. I can't believe he came every year for 7 years. That is so, so crazy. And I'm sorry. It's even crazier to me, Anna, that you both had the same exact experience and you heard your dad talking about it and you never said anything? Why did you never say anything? I don't understand. If he already knew, like I could see when major goosebumps, I know, right? So good, so good. Like I could see if you didn't know that he knew, like you didn't know it was happening to him, so you were afraid he wouldn't believe you. But if you knew, why did you say anything? These anecdotal stories are proof enough for me there is an afterlife, 100%. Hello, Gina. Like major goosebumps. That is very, very cool. Where are you, Anna? While we are waiting for Anna to answer me, I want to say thank you, Rin for the Panther Paws, and Anna for the Panther Paws, and Gina for the rose, and Sarah for the rose. Hello, Lizzie. Woo! And we need a new gift goal. And you guys are at 377,000 likes. You're killing it. Hey, JJ. Did he ever try to communicate with you or your dad? This is what I mean. I can't remember why I never said anything. I think maybe because I was so young. Maybe, baby. But that was a great story. I'm glad you got so many visits from him. Thank you so much for sharing your story. We are going to vote. Did you appreciate that? Damn it, I can't type. That story, yes or no on YouTube. And we're going to do happy face or sad face on TikTok. We're going to reset the gift goal on TikTok. And we're going to do something cool. We're going to do something cool. We're going to totally do something cool. Let's do the little duck. Quack, quack. Let's do some ducks. Quack, quack. We also need 2 more subscriptions on TikTok to hit the sub goal, just as an FYI, in case anyone wants to be a subscriber. Next up, we are going to have B. Robinson on TikTok. I am here. B. Robinson, please just confirm with me that you are still here so that we can read your story. Ba, 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 ba. You are here. All right. Sounds grand. Let's get her ready. I am here. I am here. I am here. Okay. I want to buy a couple of things on TikTok Shop, not on your shop. Is it possible to get them? Yeah, can you search? I feel like you should be able to search the TikTok Shop marketplace. I don't know how to do that. I'm not sure how to do that. I love that everyone is chatting. I love everyone's having a good time at chatting. Okay, we are reading I Am Here, and we are starting it. Let me just turn off the poll on here. We are starting at 2:07:15. Here we go. Hey, Sis Matrix. Hi. I love your content and decided to share my favorite memory of my dad. To preface this, I should say that my dad passed away when I was 2, so I have no actual memories of him. 5 years ago, I'm confused then. 5 years ago, I lost my mom. I'm so sorry. Prior to that, I was getting signs that I needed to go see my mom. It had started to feel urgent, and so I decided to take time off around my daughter's birthday and go see her. 2 birds, 1 stone. The week before, I got a call from my brother saying that my mom was put on life support. I had waited too long. I grabbed my sister and we drove to be with her. The day this happened was the anniversary of my father's passing. She would have passed on the same day if they had followed her wishes. She was DNR and wanted no form of life assistance. My brother, who was her power of attorney, decided that we'd take her off life support the next day. The following day, as we waited for them to disconnect her from the machines, we talked to her, held her hands, and listened to music that she loved. My brother suggested that we play music that my dad liked. As an aside, there was always talk about how my dad would be at her side when she was called home. So as my sister played Dad's favorite music, probably Al Green or Marvin Gaye, I thought to him in my head, Dad, please be here. Soon after, I noticed the TV, which had been off the entire time, was booting up. I didn't think too much of it, assuming someone accidentally hit the power button on the remote. I looked around quickly for the remote and noticed it was hanging up on the wall, feet from anyone. I turned my attention back to the TV, and after it finished booting up, I saw a commercial was on with the words, I am here. And then the TV turned off. Oh my God, chills. Oh, chills. I knew he was there and felt such relief and was actually happy and danced along to his music. The elation didn't last long, obviously, but that moment was so special and my favorite memory of my dad and proof that our loved ones are always here with us. Thank you for reading. Barbara, the end. Oh my goodness. Yes. Instant goosebumps. Chills. Wow. Oh my God. Hello, Crystal. Chills. Whoever did the big font for their story, thank you. I can't see it if it's smaller than it is. Love Al Green. Al Green is great. Al Green is good. Wow. Chills. Yes. What a beautiful story. Thank you so, so much for sharing that story with us. That's so crazy. The TV just turned on out of nowhere and it said, I am here, and then it turned off. Stop it. Potato, you are number 9, and we just read number 6. Yes, that really was a beautiful gift. Absolutely. Barbara, thank you so much for sharing your story. We are going to vote on that. That was so beautiful. Did you appreciate that story? Yes or no on YouTube, and happy face or sad face on TikTok. Imagine passing out and passing out because of the fear. Wait, what? What a nice story. What a nice story. Next up is going to be Daniela from TikTok, a familiar grasp. Daniela, when you have a second, please just confirm that you are here with us today. You're behind. This is the song that doesn't end. Music goes on. I'm here. 6.3K got sent my way. Harikli, you're killing it, girl. You're killing it. Guys, we're up to 400. We're over 400K likes. You guys are definitely hitting 500K likes. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Okay, let me get this next one ready. Let's get it ready. We're going to a familiar grasp. Okay. Wee. Yes, that was the lamb chop song that I was singing. A familiar grasp. Okay, we're reading a familiar grasp from Daniela from TikTok. Next up is going to be Tasha, TikTok, with the Fairies, Hatman, Dad, Stepdad. Then will be Potato with the ripped up doll. If I get it, hold on, let me check if I got it, Potato. I still didn't get your email, Potato. Are you sending it to the right email address? It's this, Auntie Matrix at gmail.com. I'm writing it in the chat for you. Make sure you're spelling it correctly. I'm checking the spam too, but I don't see it in the spam either. That's really weird. The amount of times I've sent this story. Can you send it from a different email address or something? Like, do you think that's the issue? So glad I didn't miss the next story. I had to go rinse out my hair dye. I was worried I would miss it. Nope, you're good. The doll doesn't want us to hear that story. Ooh. Okay. Yes, they are the one that's been having trouble since the last live, Melissa. You don't have to write it again, Potato. You can literally forward it. Like, you can just go into your sent email and press forward and try to do that. Or you go into your sent email, copy it, like select it, highlight it with your little thing, copy, new email, paste. Copy and paste. There's no way you're typing it again. No, you can't send it as a message somewhere on my accounts. Normally you can't send stuff that long. There's something in that story that's denying access to send it. I know. How organized and on point you are is spectacular, Auntie Matrix. Thank you, Laura. All right, we are going to keep moving because we are going to be reading the Daniel Long story. And I think before we do that, because I'm pretty sure Daniel wants to be the last story he was requesting. So I'm pretty sure we're going to hit 500K before I'm finished with these couple of stories. And then we're going to have to pick one more and read that and then read Daniel's story. So here we go. All right. A familiar grasp. I don't know why I keep saying it like that. We're starting this at 2 hours, 14 minutes, and 50 seconds. Here we go. Hey, Auntie Matrix. Hi. So excited to send you my story. I love your lives and your videos. I binge watch them from work all the time. Yes. My uncle passed away in 2010. I hate when a story, I'm like all like uppity up reading, and then the story like starts with someone passing away, and I feel really bad that my energy is like smiley while I'm saying it. So I'm so sorry when that happens. My uncle passed away in 2010. I was devastated. Because of his young age, me and my uncle were best friends. I was only 15 when he passed at 33. He was a joyous personality and truly the light in anyone who got to meet him's room. My family fell apart with his passing. My grandmother, mother of 9, lost her son and lost the last bit of peace that she had on earth. His death shook up our whole family. His death was caused by the cartel in Mexico. Oh my God. He was ran off a cliff. In his time in the United States, my uncle lived with me, my mom, brother, another uncle, and our Chihuahua dog, Daisy. He used to be close to me and my brother and one of my cousins. We considered him a brother more than an uncle. After he passed away, I felt lost for a while. I numbed my pain with weed and alcohol. Eventually, even left school. My mom saw my mental decline and agreed for me to leave school. My mom got into Christianity more. Everyone coped in their own way. With my uncle's passing came a few dreams that we had about him, and each person in our family had one. None were the same. My mother's dream. My mother had a dream that she saw a man walking so far she couldn't tell who he was until he got closer. In the dream, he just smiled at her. He wasn't alone. Something like what she described as a really ugly small man was holding his hand, walking in the distance, getting closer. She described the small man like an ugly troll. They walked hand in hand. My Uncle Ricky just smiled. Eventually, they turned around and walked away. This was his goodbye to my mom. She never dreamed of him again. My mother's dream came shortly after his passing. She interpreted it in her way. She is realistic about my uncle's good/wrongdoings on earth and believes the small ugly thing to be a demon. Oh no. My dream. My dream didn't happen for over a few months, and mine was different than my mom's. I didn't see an ugly creature beside him. Mine started out weird. I walked into an unknown house. I have no memory of what purpose was of being there. I was familiar with a few people in the house from what it seemed like, yet I could never remember their faces, even now. I walked into the house, going into different hallways and rooms, all rooms painted white with a lot of light. In one of those hallways, there he was, my Uncle Ricky. I began bawling into tears, hugging him and telling him, "Let's go. We have to tell them. They have to know that you're alive." We walked out of the house into his old Cadillac Escalade pickup truck that he loved so much. We sat in the front seats as I bawled into a puddle of tears. I hugged him and just kept saying over and over, "They think you're dead. We have to tell them that you're alive." I had such high emotions. He just smiled. Held my hand, the grip entirely so tight for so long that as I woke up in my bed, now in real time with just a puddle of tears in my pillow and sheets, the grasp of the hand he held so tight to comfort and smile to me had the exact feeling that a hand would have after being held very tightly. The nerves were soaring back up from the tightness as I laid in bed, even more heartbroken, but finally understanding he just came to say goodbye. The feeling in my hand was 100% real. I don't know how this could happen, but I believe my uncle held my hand as I was asleep. I never dreamed of him again, and I've never had a dream since that transferred into reality. I'm 30 now, and it's about to be 15 years since that all happened. Thank you, Auntie, for reading our stories. I have a few paranormal stories from family members, but have been trying to ask for permission to tell them. My grandfather in Mexico says he had the devil snatch him with his claws by his back into the air in a cornfield of Guerrero, Mexico. I think a lot of people would like his story. I'll be writing soon. Love you, Auntie. Thank you for creating this space. You're welcome. The end. House represents yourself in dreams. Really, Star? That is interesting. That is very interesting. This was such an interesting story. Interesting. This was such a sweet story, like a sad story, but also a sweet story. I'm so glad that he came and said goodbye to you guys. I'm wondering what that little thing is, like that little troll looking being that your mom was seeing. What a story. Yes, what a story. Such a beautiful story. Yes. What do we think that little thing was? And why did like see that with his mom? The mom saw it with him in her dream. Duende? It was his personal demons. Oh, I can't stop thinking about the troll thing either. Maybe just the mom's perspective of the bad things he was doing. Sometimes in a dream, a house is just a house. Duende. Maybe it was his burdens. That's an interesting take, that maybe it was his own demons or his own burdens or the mom's interpretation. The troll thing was a little weird. His carried guilt. And then maybe he was good after a few months. Maybe he had gotten past that stuff in the afterlife, and that's why he was in the house with the very bright white things. You still think he's in hell, even after the dream that you had? Hey, Crafty Devil! How are you? Maybe it was for bringing him through the portal to say goodbye. Oh, maybe. That would make sense to me, his personal demons. Yes, we do. Wow. Well, I'm glad he came to say goodbye to you anyway, I hope he's not in hell. We're going to vote. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Did you appreciate that story? Yes or no on YouTube? Happy face or sad face on TikTok? Our next story up is going to be Tasha from TikTok with the fairies and the Hatman and all the people. Tasha, just please let me know that you are here. Actually, I think I just saw you vote. Gina, thank you for the rose. Sarah, thank you for the heart me. Chrissy, thank you for the rose. Anna, thank you for all the heart puffs. New blue-haired grandma, thank you for the rose. Robin, thank you for the heart me. DDF Noel, thank you for the rose. Crafty, thank you for the heart me. Oh, Anna, you go to bed, my love. You go to bed. Hold on, did Tasha tell me? Did Tasha confirm? Crafty, thank you for the ducky. Ooh. Tasha, just confirming that you're here for the fairies and all the other things story. Hold on, it's so hard when they're voting on TikTok because they go really fast. Here. Okay, perfect. I have a second email to add to it. Did you send? Bye, Star. Okay, read this on live. We're going to pop that one here. Oh, Potato. I got your story, Potato. Actually, I got two of them. One says the ripped up doll and one says the doll. Which one should I read? Is it the same story, just like you named it two different things? Yes. Woo! We got Potato story. Hot potato, hot potato. You're going to wait for the doll? Well, we have this one first and then we have the doll. Jenny, thank you for the rose. Sabrina, thank you for the heart pups. TikTok, how are we doing on these likes? Ooh, you guys are so close to 500K. You are doing so good. Thank you, Shell. I'm not going to do that right this second, but thank you for reminding me. We need 10 more ducks, friends. 10 more little duckaroos. Don't threaten me with a good time. Oh, Lady Raven, I'm sorry, girlfriend. Daniel specifically asked for his to be the last story. We're going to read this one. Then we're going to read the Ripped Up Doll. Then we're going to probably pick another one because you guys are going to hit 500K. And then we're going to read Daniel's story. And if we have time, we're going to read both parts of the story. You could always rewatch it on the replay. Misa, I'm so glad. Okay. Fairies. Uh-oh. Okay. I'm having trouble finding this story. I guess because it's like a bunch of words with slashes in it. It's not, can you, I'm sorry, Tasha, can you possibly give me like the first part of your email address? Like not whatever.com, just the part before it. Thank you for the ducky little mountain goat girl. And the rose. Thank you. Thank you, Tasha. Okay, let me see. When did you send it? I don't. TASHABOYNTON17. Friend, I'm not seeing this at all. When did you send it, babe? The Fae's messing with me. Woo! Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh. A few months ago. Hold on. Do you have it in your sent email? Can you like go in your sent email and forward it over? Is that possible? Because for some reason I can't find it and I want to read it for you. You guys, we hit 500K. Woo! We hit 500K. We hit 500K. We hit 500K. Hey, 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 hey. Yes, friends. I'm so excited. Nice job. Okay, that means we're going to do one more too. Oh, Tasha, I got it right now. Thank you. Got it. Oops. We got it, Tasha. We got it. Here it is. Oh, you spelled auntie wrong. That's why, you silly goose. Got it. Okay. All right, so we are going to read this one, which is Fairies, Hatman, Dad, Stepdad, Dying, and Demons. Then we're going to read Potatoes, the Ripped Up Doll, and then we're going to read part 2 of The Graveyard Shift. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I lied. We're going to read this, Fairies, Hatman, Dad, Stepdad, Dying, Demons. Then we're going to read Potatoes, the Ripped Up Doll. Then we're going to pick one more story. Then we're going to read Daniel's Graveyard Shift part 2. Okay. I'm going to write Fairies. No, I'll just write the whole thing. Fairies, Hatman, Dad, Stepdad, Dying, and Demons. You think the one more story should be part 1? I think that's fair to me. The story I pick is Graveyard Part 1. I think that's fair to me. Do you think that's fair to you guys? That the one more story will be Graveyard Part 1, so you get Graveyard Part 1 and Part 2? Yes. Everyone's good with that? Okay. Okay. We'll do that. We'll do that. All right, cool. All right, so perfect. So right now we are reading Tasha's story. It is Fairies, Hatman, Dad, Stepdad, Dying, and Demons. It is a lot of things in one. All right. Oh, by gosh, by golly. And we're going to start this at, whoa, where did my, here it is. Where did it go? 2:30:17. Here we go. Hello, Auntie Matrix. Hi. Disclaimer. 1, don't feel bad about the events in my life. They suck, but they made me who I am. But this does include 2 different slewer sides and drugs. I'll try to make these short. I never know what word to say instead of that because I don't want to say the word and get in trouble. There we go. Sorry. Okay. I'll try to make these short, but it spans most of my life. Also, I've been watching you for a while and I love all of the content that you post. Thank you so much. Okay. So to start my story, I was little, maybe 5 or 6-ish. I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' house, my mom's mom and dad. So I don't know if we were living there or if we were just visiting. My mom and my aunt were leaving somewhere. And as they were pulling out of the wraparound driveway, I saw a pink, blue, and green fairy-like creature leave my grandparents' big tree and go under my aunt's car as they were leaving. And for some reason, I feel like that started that all. Not too long after that, I did live with my grandparents and I had this extremely vivid dream. I was in my grandparents' backyard. It was daytime. I looked up to the sky and saw a fluffy white cloud coming out of the sky. There was Jesus, mom's side of the family is Mormon, in the middle, and then on either side was my Uncle Bobby, died of slewer side, my grandma Gum, cancer, and my dad, still alive at this time. They basically told me that they were taking my dad soon and everything will be okay. Oh my goodness. Fast forward a year or 2, we were living in a house. My sister and I were scared to sleep upstairs, but didn't know why. But fast forward to living there for a bit and it was October. My dad came over to my grandparents' house, his mom and dad's. He was on drugs and causing a scene. It was my uncle's birthday, and he stormed out of the house and walked to our house that was only 2 blocks from there. He committed slewer side that night. I was 8, and my youngest brother was 2. I'm so sorry. Oh, wait, you said not to be sorry. It's hard. We live with my dad's parents, so we don't have to live in that house anymore. And a few months later, my mom buys a house. This is where all the bad things truly happen. We move in, and the first week we see a woman in white run up the stairs and open the back door and run out of it. Then every night around the same time, I wake up to 3 kids standing at mine and my sister's doorway, and one goes in my mom's doorway and my brother's doorway, and then they disappear like clockwork. We have a little activity, but nothing too bad. Now, fast forward, my mom has been with my stepdad for quite a few years now, and they go out to the desert together, and there is an abandoned cabin out there. From what my mom says, my stepdad was messing around, and next thing she knew, they are running for the truck, and this black figure is following them and is clocking the truck as they drive. What? They think they get away from it, and they drive home that night. Well, my stepdad as well as my dad were depressed naturally. My stepdad is being extra attentive and basically saying goodbye to everyone, gives us things, and is spending time with us. Unfortunately, he also passed away from slewer side. Oh my goodness. We went through all that heartache and got some of his things, such as clothes and furniture. Soon after that, we had a demonic entity, and still do after 15 years, tormenting us and making us feel so angry and tired all the time. It would knock over things and make us attack each other and see things. My sister's room was so cold, and she would have nightmares of my stepdad dead and bloody. We finally had the house blessed, but it never truly went away. It was just outside now. My mom still lives in the house. Youngest brother, while he lived there, would have an entity stand in the corner of the room and try to convince him to commit suicide. It scared him so bad that he moved out. My husband and kids also saw things when we were there. There is this girl that reminds me of the girl from The Ring, but all black, hunched to the ground, and will just stare at me at times. Oh my God, that's so scary. Oh, I don't like it. That's just at home. I work with people with disabilities, and the place where I work, people used to be abused there. We ended up having to be moved to a different building so our apartment could get new floors. I'll start with the small stuff. Oh my goodness. We would have whispers and what sounded like food getting knocked down in the pantry or water running in the shower or even whistling. Bathtub worst was when I was walking out to my car late at night and I looked behind me and I seen a very tall black figure with a cowboy-like hat and a trench coat watching me. I felt so uneasy. I quickly went back inside and told one of my coworkers. The next week, my boss and coworkers saw the same figure standing over one of our clients. The next few months, it started to slowly happen for all of us. One had health problems, the other health and home problems, and me, home and financial problems. That was 5 years ago, and none of us have truly recovered from any of it. One good thing out of all this was that one time I had a client that passed a few weeks after my son was born, and I was talking to my boss, and as I looked out the window, I saw her clear as day staring at me. It was the most craziest and amazing thing I've ever seen, and I'm so happy that she was happy and still being her true self, even though we butt heads. Haha. I have had to endure many more passing, especially in my field of work, but those were by far the craziest. Thank you for reading this. Love everything you do. Sorry it's all over the place. Have the best day. And then there was another little part that she sent. Also to add, my stepbrother went to a medium after my stepdad passed and was told that his dad is watching over him and a female that is close to him. He wasn't sure who, though, and came over for Christmas one year to see us. My stepbrother can read auras. As soon as he saw me, he knew I was the person the medium was referring to. It gave me so much peace in knowing that. The end. The end. Hold on, sorry. This story gave you chills. That story freaked you out. Whose story is this? Jeez Louise. This is Tasha's story on TikTok. This is not Potato. This is Tasha. She's a medium. She should ground, cleanse, and protect her energy. Ooh. Sounds like torment. Hi, Auntie. Hello, Ariel. Jeez. Spray. You guys think I need to spray after that story? Is that what you guys are feeling? Woo. Only higher dimensional beings of love and light are allowed in and around this house. Anything else is not welcome and needs to leave. Hello, Sonia. I wish I had that spray right now. Good call, spraying Auntie. You can get the spray. It's on Amazon. It's Juniper Mist. Search for it and use the code Auntie Matrix. I think it's still active. Probably. Who knows if it's still active? The spray it's my favorite smudge spray. It's by Juniper Mist. This one is Palo Santo. Spray on my way. Ooh, my pop's apartment has something that puts out our sage and the lighter's lighting it. Oh my God. Is it bad I'm going to sleep listening to this? A lot of people do that. Tasha, this was crazy. All of these stories, all of this was crazy. Someone said that they think that you are a medium. Hi, Nicole. Thank you, Haley. Yes, the code is Auntie Matrix with a Y. If you're trying to look at the smudge spray, I think it's like 10% off or 15% off or something like that. Oh my God, though, Tasha, like literally, I don't want to say sorry because you said not to feel bad for your life and it gotten you where you were today. So I won't say that I'm sorry, but crazy shit. Crazy shit. If I am, I don't know how to tap into it. I wish I could tell you how. I have no idea. I have no idea. Whew. Struggle to leave the house. Rooms keep getting darker and darker. Thank you so much for sharing your story. It's still happening every day. Are you protecting yourself? Are you saying protection things? Are you cleansing? Are you smudging? Have you tried going to a medium? Yes, I was saying, have you tried going to like a medium or someone to help you? Yes-ish. Doing shadow work and healing ego cycles will enhance your gifts. You are one of God's soldiers. Meditation and connecting to spirit guides is the best place to start. Hey, Mo. What's going on? Okay, we are going to vote. Thank you so much for sharing your story, Tasha. Did you appreciate that story? Yes or no on YouTube, happy face or sad face on TikTok. Ooh. Yes, potato is next. I do not recommend falling asleep listening to these stories. I had the most intense dreams. Potato story is next, and then we will be reading Graveyard Shift Part 1 and Part 2. And then I need to go to bed. Because they're going to be long. They're going to be so long. Okay. Potato is the ripped doll. So let me get that one. Oh, wait, Potato. There's 2. You sent me 2. Hold on. Read on live. And we are crazy stories. Crazy stories tonight. The doll and the ripped up doll. Which one am I reading? Because I'm pretty sure they're probably the same one. Crafty, thank you so much for the couch potato. Rin, thank you for the duck. I really love the couch potatoes. Oh, for God's sake, I have a phobia of dolls. Ripped? She said they said ripped. Okay, got it. Will do. Will do. The ripped up doll. I am scared to read it. Ooh, little Moungo girl. Thank you for the blooming ribbons. Those were so pretty. Good night, Anna. Good night. Good night. My voice is so fucked. Sadly, you don't know how to vote. Well, the voting is over. It only lasts 60 seconds. But for next time, when I tell you to vote happy face or sad face, you will see a happy face and a sad face little emote things like down by the comment box, I believe. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And you just tap on one of those. Oh my God, that would be so cool. Yeah, you guys should tap the screen while I'm reading the next couple stories, since this one is decently long, and then the next ones are so long, and see how close to 1 million we could get. That would be crazy. If we do that, I'll play the Amelie. I'll put the Amelie thing on the screen, even though I'll get in trouble. Dolls are freaky. Woo. We also need 8 more duckies. 8 more duckies. All right. Friends on TikTok, we are also live on YouTube. If you are interested in going on to YouTube, it's a little better quality. The stories are on the screen. If you want to go to YouTube, it is Auntie Matrix. I am Auntie Matrix on YouTube. We have 515 people on TikTok, and we have 160 people on YouTube. I'm so thankful that you are all here. Please welcome, if you're new here, my name is Jessica. Jess, people call me Auntie Matrix, and I read your weird stories. We have 3 more stories tonight. This one is called The Ripped Up Doll, and then we are going to have Graveyard Shift Part 1, which we have read before, but we're rereading because we are going to be reading Graveyard Shift Part 2, and apparently they are very long and very good, so stick with us. If you have not subscribed to YouTube anyway already, TikTok, you should do that because this live is recorded, and my lives are recorded and posted on YouTube in case you miss anything or want to rewatch. And I also have other stories and videos that we post on YouTube. There's a new YouTube video coming out on Friday at 9 p.m. But anyway, Oh, and please come join the Discord. This is the Discord, dsc.gg/Auntie Matrix. It's on the screen for TikTok. Somebody on YouTube, one of my mods, please pop it in the chat. Please come and join us in Discord. You can get announcements from me on when I am going live, when I post a YouTube video, all of those other things. And you can hang out with over 1,800 like-minded people that are in our glitch community on Discord. And if you want to send stories for future lives or future potential videos, you can send them to auntiematrix@gmail.com. Okay. All right. Okay, we're going to read this one, which is The Ripped Up Doll. We are starting The Ripped Up Doll at 2:44:18. Here we go. Hi, Auntie Matrix. Hi. This is a very long one, so enjoy. I will enjoy. I was around 8 or 9. I was at a friend's house. We will call her Amelia. There was a group of us. We were all in her room, and she had this really cool dollhouse. I don't like it. Which, of course, all girls wanted dollhouses. Anyway, she had this doll. She had very pale skin, long black braids, knee-high socks, and an old-fashioned long black dress. I turned to the group and said, "Look at this doll." One of the other people in the group, who we will call Sam because she had an important role in the story, said, "What if it's haunted?" as a joke. Amelia told us that her grandmother had given her that doll and reassured us that it was not haunted. Anyways, her mother calls us down for some snacks and tells us that she will take us to the park. After the snack, while we were all walking down, I was still fascinated by the doll, so I was behind. While they were all down in the kitchen, I was still in the room. While I was walking down, I saw the doll on the steps, walking towards me. I stopped and gasped. For context, Sam and I already knew about the paranormal that night, before, as we have other stories, but this one takes the cake. Sam noticed I wasn't there and walked to the stairs and asked if I was coming. Weird thing was that her eyes widened just like mine. After her eye widened, I looked back to where the doll was and it was gone. She asked me what was wrong, and I quickly told her what I saw, and she told me that she saw the same doll in the same spot, which is why her eyes widened. We decided to not alarm the others because they were easily scared and said we would keep it to ourselves. While we were walking on our way there, I saw the same doll on the old abandoned house's lawn, asking me to come and play. Can you know this can't be real? I don't want to read it anymore. Sam saw the same thing. Weird, right? Yeah. We decided to stick together the rest of the time. Anyways, we all went to the park, blah, blah, blah. Nothing really there. We were walking back. Same place, same doll, different face. She was sad because we didn't want to play with her, but something else was off too. I couldn't put my finger on it until Sam pointed to the window. There was an old woman with a twitching eye who looked almost angry. We were freaked out but kept going. Amelia steps back to us and says, "Do you guys see that?" Guys, I have so many chills. We tell her everything we saw, and she said she's seeing the same thing at that house. We catch up to the others and continue. We gather the group to tell them about it when we get back to the room. They are freaked out now. We move on. We go outside to the trampoline. In the very center is the doll. Are you fucking kidding me? Stop it. Stop it. One of the friends is very brave and decides to move the doll. She walks up, picks up the doll, throws it in the toy bin. When it reaches the toy bin, it appears in my hands. Keep in mind that before she had a straight and emotionless looking face, but now it had a menacing smile. I tried to throw out into the road multiple times, but it wouldn't work. It kept coming back to my hands. I don't remember what I did after that, but it was fine after that because Amelia sent it to Cuba. What do you mean she sent it to Cuba? Like she literally mailed it? I can't. I have so many chills right now. I literally cannot. What do you mean? Did she mail it to Cuba? Fast forward a couple years later, Sam and I grew closer after that day. Yeah, because you went through some fucking trauma together. We are still together today. We had a few other friends who we told, and we had a group. We were all out at recess looking for weird things. One thing we saw was a creepy man in the window, and it is still there. Weird thing, we all saw it. Next at recess in the fields, we have these 3 trees. One was cut down and now it's a stump. We asked why it was cut off, but they wouldn't tell us. One time when we were at that place, the entire group was with us. I stood on the stump. The entire area was red. The grass was smoking. The 3 trees weren't there. I couldn't move. Instead of trees, there were people. What the fuck is going on right now? They had long black cloaks and white faces. Instead of eyes, they had black holes. I could hear my friends, but I couldn't see them. I don't know how I got out, but that's when I went back to class and looked at the globe, and near Cuba was the doll. What do you mean? On a globe. Weird. Sam and I sat near each other and I told her. A little while after, I saw it closer to where I live. It got really close and then it just stopped. It's not there. I have seen so many other things by glitches. Wait, I'm confused about this part. Hold on. I'm confused about this part. Was this part a dream? This last part? It is. It's a little bit confusing, the end. On the like a picture on the globe. It was like a picture of the doll on the globe. Did other people see the globe picture? He's saying on a globe, like it was a picture, but like on a globe. But I don't know, but Sam remembers. So your friend remembers. This is fucking weird, man. Ooh. I think they astral projected to another timeline or a universe. Oh, maybe. If it's not a dream, I'm dead. I can't. Why are you sorry? Don't be sorry. Thank you so much for sharing. This story was great and really scary. Why are you so sorry? Why are you saying you're sorry? This is freaking me out. Only higher dimensional beings of love and light are allowed in and around this house. Nothing else and no dolls of any kind are allowed here, and you have to go. You're not welcome. You're not welcome. Because you look terrified. Because I am scared. Tanya, hey. Something good to know is Auntie is petrified of dolls. Yes. She came back from Cuba and is hiding and waiting for revenge. Oh my God. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. Yes. Yes, of course it was a good story. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing that freaking weird ass story. Did you appreciate that story? We are going to vote yes or no on YouTube and happy face or sad face on TikTok. Oh, it was a good story. Thank you. They're making fun of me, Potato, because I was saying, why are you saying you're sorry? But then I'm sitting here spraying because I'm so scared. Sam went to Cuba after, and what happened when he went to Cuba? What happened? She saw the doll in Cuba? Stop it. Stop it. No, she did not. Okay. Friends, we are voting right now. I'm going to pop an ad in YouTube. YouTube is going to watch a nice little ad for me. And then we are going to start reading Graveyard Shift Part 1 and Part 2. Those are going to be the last 2 stories of the night, but they're very long. So take a second, take a pee break if you have to, grab a snack if you have to. I'm going to go get more water and I'm going to pee. And I'll be right back. I love you so much. YouTube, tell me what you get. Okay. You right on it? You guys see all my friggin' laundry, by the way? So messy. This is like 2 weeks of laundry, and I just sent out laundry for today. So like 3 weeks of laundry. I'm wetting my contacts. My contacts were getting dry. My eyeballs were getting dry. Yes, Potato, I did like your story, even though it terrified me. Okay. You're going to send your camp story for me to read next live? Woo! Next live, by the way, friends, will probably be on Monday. Okay. You guys ready? Are we ready? TikTok, where are we with these likes? 571. Let's see how much we can get. Okay. All right, so we're doing Graveyard Shift Part 1. For those of you who have not heard it, if you have already heard it and you don't want to hear it again, sorry. I can't thank you enough for putting all these on YouTube. I watch them 10 times each. You're so welcome. But here we go. These are super long. I hope everyone has... Sorry, not sorry. No, we didn't just start. These are the last 2 stories, but they're going to be super long and they're going to be super good. All right, this is Graveyard Shift Part 1. We are starting at 2:57:33. Here we go. Hi, Auntie. Hi. First, I have to point out that sounds strange because I'm 20 years older than you. Fifth, I must give you credit for giving us a place to share these kinds of stories. My story happened decades ago, and I've had 1,000 times more disbelief than acceptance. Number G, I feel like I have to send a virtual salute to the other maybe 3 men in here because they help me hold our tiny fortress of testosterone in this online land of estrogen. I feel oddly at home in this community, but we men are definitely outnumbered. A lot of people write a short preamble to their stories, and I think I'll follow suit. My name is Daniel, but my friends call me Daniel. While I'm fairly well-spoken and educated, I'm not much of a writer or storyteller, so bear with me. I actually used one of those newfangled things where I talk and my computer types. Then I asked Justin to help me edit because parts of my story didn't even make sense to me when I read it through the first time. I'm sending this as a surprise for my girlfriend who threatened to write it and send to herself. We know Justin and Jessica because they've been helping my girlfriend Christine with her possession problem. You actually read her story Possessed by Myself during a live last year. I think it's called a spoiler alert. Christine says she's working on a massive update for you. There's my preamble, and here's my story. Very long story short, I dropped out of college when my father cut me off financially because of addiction. I couldn't get, let alone hold a job, and feeding that addiction led to larceny, which led to a warrant, which led to hitchhiking across country, which is where my story starts to begin. 1985 was a very different time. I would hitch a ride for as far as the driver would take me. I occasionally had a destination, but usually nothing more specific than a particular state. My MO quickly became one of basic survival. I'd hitch a ride, find some odd job to earn food money, and hitch another ride. By default, my journey turned into a cold turkey detox, and I spent more than one hungry night in my ragged bedroll. That part's important because you need to know that I was absolutely sober for my story. A couple of months into my journey, I was somewhere in New England. I'd hitched another ride with a truck driver. I had a destination in mind, though I don't remember where. After so far, he was headed in a different direction, so he let me out at a very small crossroads town and was kind enough to give me a little cash for food. I remember it was warm enough to only be in my shirt sleeves as I crossed the road to the only diner in town. I remember carefully ordering half of my cash worth of food so I'd have enough for breakfast. Memory is funny. I recall small insignificant details like these, yet I can't even tell you which state I was in. I asked the older waitress about the odds of a new ride, and she told me that I might be waiting for a few days before another ride came through headed in my direction. While eating, I had enough presence of mind to inquire about odd job Sorry. Just burping in the middle of the story. While eating, I had enough presence of mind to inquire about odd job employment opportunities because I had to eat and had just drained half the assets from the reserve bank of Dan. I honestly don't even know if I asked the waitress or someone else. I was told I could ask the older breakfast regulars. When I finished eating, I wandered off looking for a place to sleep. The summer nights were pleasant, so I wasn't concerned about shelter so much as just somewhere out of the way. The only bench I found was in front of a diminutive, I think the word is, town hall. I put my bedroll down as padding and eventually went to sleep watching the stars and maybe quarter crescent moon in a rare, clear summer sky. It had been an unusually wet and cloudy summer. In the morning, I found my way back to the diner. As promised, there were 4 old men nursing coffees and slowly picking at an assortment of breakfast plates as they discussed what was likely the same thing they discussed the day before. As the only unfamiliar face in town, I immediately drew attention when I entered. I ordered coffee and as much breakfast as I could afford. The inevitable polite conversation ensued and eventually led to my asking about odd jobs to buy food for a few days until a ride happened along. The old codgers conversed in that incomprehensible mumbled dialect known only to old people who know everything about everyone in their tiny town. One of the men pointed to the dirt road out a side window and told me that he had a job that paid $30 per graveyard shift and to meet him at the end of the road at dinner time. At a time when a lot of jobs were paying between $3 to $4 an hour, $30 could buy a week of meals if I was careful. He gave me a few dollars and said to sleep as much as I could during the day so I'd be able to stay awake during my graveyard shift and told me to get something to go for dinner. I spent most of the day snoozing uncomfortably on the bench. When my belly said it was time, I ordered to go and headed down the dirt road. At some point, it stopped being an actual road and turned into 2 dirt tire tracks worn into the grass. My cat is trying to get into a bag and she's being very noisy. Hey, stop doing that. Hey. Sorry for the interruption. It took maybe half an hour to find a small stone cottage standing at the literal end of the road. The track stopped and made a sharp left into what looked more like a turnaround than a parking spot, just a few yards before the single stone step up to the cottage. The cottage is one of those odd things in my memory. I don't remember even noticing it as I walked down the dirt tire tracks, but everything about it is burned clearly into my mind. If I close my eyes to focus a little, I can see the cottage and feel the environment as if I was living it again. It was obviously old. Everything about its construction said it wasn't very modern. It was only about 8 feet tall on the short side. The roof line was just a slant to the left, not a peak. The doorway was post and lintel style, probably made from railroad ties, framing an old, weathered gray wooden door. Even the handle was wood. The old rusted strap hinges said the door swung outward. The cedar shake's roof sat on the hand-hewn timbers that looked like they should have fallen decades ago. There was a very small window above the door. I could see a chimney peeking up from the right side. The stones themselves averaged about a watermelon size and were rounded cobblestones in varying browns and grays held in place by thick lines of dirty white mortar. Some kind of flowering, creeping vine had made its home on the sunnier south side to my left. The green leafy trees of wild land grew so close on the north side that some of the branches hung out far enough to dangle past the opposite side of the roof. It was a single level and looked to be a single room, perhaps only 10 or 12 square feet. The sun was behind the cottage, low towards the horizon, but not enough to be called twilight yet. There was a pleasantly warm breeze making the leaves and tall grass whisper. All in all, it was actually quite picturesque, the kind of thing that you'd see on a historical postcard. The old man from the diner pushed open the door. In stark contrast to the cottage, I don't remember anything about his appearance other than he was old and I think he wore suspenders. He mumbled something and gestured for me to follow him inside. He didn't wait, he just disappeared into the dark opening. He was lighting a lantern when I entered. Yes, a lantern. No electricity. He set it on a rough wooden table by the door. My story is older than some of the people listening, and while I remember what he said fairly well, I'm sure I'm paraphrasing. His look said that he was annoyed. I still can't remember his face, just that it looked bothered. I said meet me at dinner time, not start walking at dinner time. Now I've got to move faster than I have in years, so you get the short version tonight. He mentioned around the cottage in a sweeping arc, don't touch nothing, don't move nothing, less it's to put it back. He started pointing at specific things. Potbelly stoves there for cooking and warming. Firewood's by the stove. Cookware, coffee, and kerosene are in the cupboard. Bed's there with fresh linens, but don't be using it during your shift. Washrooms in the corner. Sink's got running water, but we can't get power out here. Do not let the lantern go out. Your job is to sit in this chair and watch out that window. If something moves that shouldn't be moving, start yanking that rope. It rings a bell. I mean yank, not tug, and someone will be along. Keep the plank across the door until morning. You can collect your wages directly from me at the diner in the morning, but absolutely do not open that door till sunlight comes through that window and hits that line on the wall. His speech was hurried but lazy. It wasn't a southern drawl, more like he'd gotten bored of speaking correctly and started cutting corners. He lit a second lantern and left without giving me time to mentally catch up with his job description. I went out the door to the single step to call after him, but couldn't see him anywhere. It was only twilight now, but his lantern should have been easily visible. I shook it off, guessing that he had taken a shortcut in a different direction. I went back inside and closed the door. I fed a couple of sticks into the stove, warmed my dinner, and sat down to get my first good look at the interior. The interior walls matched the outside, just stones and mortar. If you stood in the doorway, the wooden table where I ate was on the left of the door. Continuing clockwise around the room, the bed was on the left wall. There was a small glass window in the opposite wall door. It was low, just right for looking out when in a chair. The second chair sat directly in front of it. The rope the old man had mentioned ran from outside the cottage through a small hole in the right side of the wall, through a small pulley bolted into the back wall, and the knotted end hung along the right side of the window. About a foot above the window on the back wall was a thick, rough, sewn plank shelf that ran the entire length of the wall. The line he had mentioned was drawn in chalk about halfway between the window and the shelf. The washroom was a closed-off indoor outhouse in the back right corner with a small metal sink on the right side next to the firewood. The firewood was stacked neatly between the sink and the stove that sat centered against the right wall. In the corner to the right of the door was a small cupboard with cookware, coffee, and extra kerosene. All in all, pretty much what I would expect. Okay, I don't remember everything about the cottage. I have no recollection of the floor. Now the weird stuff. The shelf above the back window. The image of that shelf and its contents is seared into my brain. After I ate, I went to get a closer look. All manner of odd trinkets sat jumbled on that shelf. There were empty glass jars with old water lines, a few newer jars with flowers in varying stages of decay still in them. There was a pair of old glasses missing one lens, a hammer with a mostly rotted handle, a broken pocket knife, a rusted pocket watch, a single child's leather shoe, and perhaps 50 other random items. If I spent the time, I could list every single item on the shelf and even tell you where each item was. Randomly placed among all the trinkets were 4 old handmade rag dolls, each in a sitting position. You're welcome, Auntie, because I hate dolls. Above the shelf is where it got really strange. There were quite a few completely wilted small bouquets of flowers. Mostly were just blackened stems and some sprigs of assortment of something, herbs or perhaps sage hanging from the ceiling. Mixed among the flowers were 9 more dolls, hanging by frail strings. All of them were tied just under the arms so that they hung head up, feet down, but askew. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. The items were obviously from a span of history. Some were quite new, while others, like a bone-handled hairbrush, were possibly close to a couple of 100 years old. When I was little, my grandmother had used a brush very similar to the one on that shelf, and she told me it had belonged to her grandmother. My hand was inches away when I remembered the old man's warning not to touch anything. I dropped my hand and continued cataloging the shelf's collection. I soon discovered an incessant want to touch the stuff. I had to put my hands in my pockets to stop myself. After all that rambling, this is where my story really starts. I just think all that backstory is important, or parts of my story won't make much sense. I noticed it was fully dark out, so I carefully topped off the lantern and took my assigned seat in the chair. The moon wasn't even half full, but it was bright enough to illuminate the field outside the window behind the cottage. I couldn't quite make out what I was looking at, so I dimmed the lantern and resumed my watch. My eyes adjusted, and I instantly wished that they hadn't. I was staring out at the town graveyard. There were a couple of cross headstones, but everything else was either a squared-off block or the typical rounded headstone. I immediately wondered what I was watching for. The old man had said if anything moved, what the hell would be moving out there? The silence did not help ease my frantic imagination. The only sounds were the occasional crackle of the fire and a sigh as the breeze rustled leaves and grass. I was intently staring, sincerely hoping nothing moved, when I heard the door creak open behind me. I spun so fast I nearly fell right off the chair. After I made sure I hadn't filled my pants, I cursed myself for not barring the door as the old man had said. The pleasant, gentle breeze was now on my blacklist. I barred the door shut and slumped back into the chair. The light from the moon, coupled with that damn breeze and shadows from a partly cloudy sky, made everything look like it was moving. More than once, my hand went for the rope just to realize the movement was the tall grass or a shadow from a tree branch or a cloud. I loaded the stove again. The inside of the cottage was quite chill. As I was closing the door to the stove, the cottage door rattled like something had hit it. It was a single, heavy, dull thud, like someone had thrown a fist-sized rock. Nothing else happened, and I relaxed. Dumbass teenagers, no doubt. I latched the stove and checked the plank across the door. When I returned to my seat, one of the dolls from the shelf was sitting on my chair. This is a great thing about me is I am reading the story again and I have forgotten a lot of the details, so it's like I'm rereading it. I nearly soiled myself for the second time in the span of maybe an hour. I suddenly wished I hadn't sold my wristwatch for a couple of doobies. I don't know if you can say joints. Oh, yeah, I can. It's fine. I had no idea what time it was or how long I had until morning. My logical brain said the doll fell off the shelf when the door had shuttered. That made me feel better, even though the thud hadn't been that hard. The old man had said not to move anything unless I was putting it back, so I decided to replace the doll on the shelf. For some reason, I felt like I should tell the doll what I was going to do. I said something about putting her back where she belonged and gently lifted the small doll back to her spot on the shelf. She was only about 6 inches tall when standing, and I wondered who the little doll had belonged to and how she had ended up on that shelf. I resumed my post and watched the shadows crawl across the graveyard. Old cemeteries give me the willies anyway, but staring at one in the blue-silver moonlight was creepy as hell, especially by myself. I don't think it would have been nearly as frightening had I someone to talk to. The night dragged on and nothing happened. The night dragged on, and as nothing happened, the eerie sense of superstitious fear calmed down. I got yet another scare when a deer wandered into view. I actually found myself dozing a couple of times, so I found a kettle in the cupboard and I made a pot of coffee to wake myself up some. The familiar motions gave me an odd sense of comfort that instantly disappeared when I returned to find the same little doll sitting once again in my seat. I was in the middle of a small sip of hot coffee and the doll startled me bad enough that I burned my tongue and spilled more down my chest. The distraction of burning liquid on my skin made me forget the doll for a while as I took off my shirt, used it to dry myself, and changed into the only other shirt I had. I rinsed the dirty one in the cold water of the sink. I moved the other chair closer to the potbelly stove and hung my shirt over the back to dry. I remembered the troublemaker doll and the creepiness came back. There hadn't been anything to explain her dropping from the shelf a second time. I went back to the chair by the window and was glad I didn't have the coffee again. There were now 2 of those damn dolls sitting side by side. I nearly wet myself. I backpedaled so fast I ran into the sink. After the initial shock, I told them both I was putting them back and sternly said that they needed to stay on the shelf. As I set the first doll down on the shelf for the second time, the cabinet door behind me slammed shut so hard it sounded like a firecracker. My heart jumped into my throat as I jumped towards the ceiling. In the process, I dropped the doll and she landed on the chair. I spun around to watch the second cabinet door slowly open, then slam shut just as hard as the first one. I had been scared by the dolls, but now I was fill my shorts terrified. I looked towards the dolls to accuse them and demand that they stop, only to see both of them sitting upright again. I let fly with a string of profanity fit to make a naval mechanic blush. Then one of the metal plates flew into the wall above the bed and I automatically turned to look. I watched a second plate fly, discus style, out of the open cabinet, crash into the wall and land on the bed. I swore at the dolls, screaming for them to stop. I angrily picked them up together, told them I was putting them back to knock it off and to stay put. I set them down a little hard and pointed a finger at them, strictly forbidding them to move again. I went to collect the plates and found that they were no longer on the bed. I glared at the dolls, but they were still on the shelf. I looked at the cabinet, which was now closed. I went and looked inside to find all 4 plates neatly stacked with the silverware on top of them. I let loose with another blue streak of profanities and decided I'd had it. I was leaving. I grabbed the lantern and had it in my hand on the plank. I grabbed the lantern and had my hand on the plank across the door when I remembered the warning to absolutely not open the door till morning. I swore again. I was getting rather proficient. That's when something hit the door so hard the entire damn cottage shook. It was so hard it hurt my wrist, and I think I did wet myself a little bit that time. I screamed more profanities and backed away from the door. I realized I had crossed the whole room when I backed into the chair. I spun, fully expecting those damn dolls to be sitting in the chair once again. They were still on the shelf. I watched the door for a few minutes, then I retrieved my coffee and resolved not to move from that damn chair until the light touched the line on the wall. Even for a washroom emergency, I would soil myself first. The coffee brought that emergency faster than I'd hoped, and my domestication finally won out. I looked warily at the dolls and told them all not to move. The washroom door faced the interior, so I left it open and I watched them as I did my business. I felt silly, but inattention had brought me close to a few heart attacks. The dolls behaved. 2 full pots of coffee, 1 more washroom break, and an unknown number of hours later, the sun was high enough to reach the designated line. I didn't straighten up. I just gathered my belongings and hoofed it back to the diner. I didn't even close the door. The breakfast regulars were there, and I collected my pay and then ordered the biggest meal I'd had in a couple of months. While I waited, I interrupted the old man, demanding to know what the hell was wrong with the cottage. I was told to keep my hat on and wait for my food. When it arrived, the man who'd been at the cottage moved me to a separate table. I'll say again, memory is funny. I remember the details of that first night as though it was yesterday, but I can't recall any details about the man or any of the old men for that matter. I started by reiterating my question and briefly describing my night. I remember our conversation fairly well, but for the sake of time, I will paraphrase. This was his reply. The cottage had been built with stones excavated from the first few graves dug in that cemetery. Originally, they'd just been piled off to the side. Then somewhere in the early years of the town, the New England vampire panic struck. The superstitious folk of the village built the cottage to overlook the cemetery, and the men would rotate the obligation of keeping armed watch. The story went that a few suspected vampires were exhumed, but nothing happened and the panic eased. Then the man who was supposed to be the last watchman didn't return home in the morning. He was found barricaded inside the cottage, muttering incoherently. The villagers had to break the window and send a child through to open the door. Both the watchman and the child were mysteriously unalive and buried by week's end. Strange things began to happen in the cemetery. Items left at gravestones disappeared. A couple of graves were disturbed. Headstones would swap places overnight. One morning, every headstone was found pulled up and knocked over. The day after the grave was dug, it was discovered completely filled back in. The people suspected either ghouls or hooligans, and the nightly rotation of armed guards was resumed. The shelf was installed, and townsfolk started leaving things on the shelf instead of at the headstone of a loved one. That explained the seemingly random collection of items. If the door wasn't barred, items left on the shelf inside the cottage would move, but it only happened at night. When the entire cemetery was in the light, nothing happened. That's where the line on the wall came from. When sunlight came through the window and touched that line, it meant the whole cemetery was in the sunlight. The worst part was the bell. It was installed based on strength in numbers mentality. Some of those early watchmen reported seeing unearthly things move in the cemetery, so the people put in the bell. The idea was the watchman on duty could call for help, and villagers would come armed with torches, firearms, pitchforks, and righteous indignation. The problem was that every time the bell was rung, by the time anyone made their way to the cottage, the watchman inside was unalive. I stopped the old man at that point and angrily demanded why he had told me to ring the bell. His response was along the lines of, "So we know to bring a mop." I remember swearing, and he tried to calm me down by saying the bell hadn't been rung in decades and that the need for a night watchman would soon end. I cursed my curiosity and asked what he meant. He said that over decades, people had discovered the disturbances were on an annual cycle. Disturbances. He called them fucking disturbances. Excuse my French. He said people had died. It always started very close to the spring equinox and ended close to the summer solstice. The day this conversation happened was the solstice. They only needed a watchman for 2 more nights to make sure. No actual reason had ever been proven, but theories over the years ranged from witches to devil worship to aliens to Earth's magnetic fields and ley lines. He asked if I was interested in the last 2 nights and sealed the deal by saying that if absolutely nothing happened the first night, I was done, or that if something more did happen and I couldn't handle it, the town would pay for both nights anyway. The idea of only 1 more night staring out of that window for $60 was too good to pass on, so my greedy dumbass enlisted the rest of me. Turns out the first night had been child's play. The second night is a story for another time, which we are going to read right now because we have part 2. How did you guys like part 1? By the way, while I get part 2 out, let me know what you're thinking. How are you feeling? We're going to get part 2. Hold on. So ready. Forget that. No. Whoo! You weren't ready for it to end. Don't worry. There's more. And this man's writing is so good, right? Holy smokes. Let me get part 2. Hold on. What is all these? Oh, you had a summary of part 1. He actually wrote a summary of part 1 for me, so I didn't have to read that whole thing, and I could have summarized it, but we ended up reading the whole thing again. So I'm not going to read the summary, obviously, because we just read the entire story first. All right, hold on. Let me get. He should make it into a book, right? He needs to write a book about this. Woo! You're so ready for part 2? I know. So ready for part 2. All right. I need to wet my eye drops because I need to put more eye drops in my... Whoever just heard part 1 for the first, I'm jealous. Some of us have had to wait weeks. Yes, the first time everyone was like, are you kidding me? What? I heard that before. I'm glad you read it before part 2. Yes. Okay. Happy I heard the whole thing. Graveyard Shift part 2. I just need to friggin... How are we doing on taps, by the way? 664. All right, friends. We still need 6 more duckies. 6 more little duckies. I know you're reading. You guys are listening and you don't want to do anything else. You're dying. Don't die. First time hearing it, but I fell asleep watching. If you missed any of that story or if you want to rewatch or any of the stories tonight, this is recorded and it will be posted on YouTube after I get off tonight. So make sure that you are subscribed to me on YouTube. If you're not TikTok, I'm Auntie Matrix over on YouTube. I just need to re-wet my contacts because they are crazy. Thank you for sending the duckies. Yes, this is the story from the guy who's in the hospital. We're about to read the second part. Oh my God. My eyeball. I don't know why my contacts are like so dry today. Just in time. You're ready for part 2. Woo! Yes, there was like an explosion at his job at a lab and then he had a heart attack or something. So, okay, yours too? Really weird, right? Guys, thank you for hitting the ducky goal. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll just pop up one more little thing while it's here. I'm just going to put up, JJ! Thank you so much for the galaxy. Beautiful. I just want you to know you're my favorite girl. All right. I just put up some corgis just to have something up. Okay. Do you need new ones? No, I have dailies. I have daily contacts. These go in the garbage and then a new one. Sending him lots of healing love and light. Yes, thank you, Amanda. Okay, we are going to read part 2. Are you ready, my friends? Protect him at all costs. Thank you, Lindsay. Guys, tap while you listen. Let's see what we can get to till I'm done. All right, we're starting part 2 at 3:25:43. Here we go. Hey, Auntie. Hi. I'm not doing very well with one of my new medications, so I'll probably turn in early, but feel free to read anyway. I don't know if Christine will stay on or if she'll be too busy fussing over me. If you didn't have time to go read part 1 again, here's a quick summary to bring everyone up to speed. If you did reread it again, scroll till you see a solid line of stars. So thank you for doing that, and I should have definitely just did this because it would have been a lot faster, but here we go. Okay. I suppose more than 2 weeks later qualifies as another time, so here's the much anticipated story of the second night. It was worse. The end. How'd you guys like it? Did you think it was good? Was it good? My YouTube is Auntie Matrix. Auntie Matrix on YouTube. All right, here we go. Anticlimactic. Now that you've all sharpened your virtual pitchforks and lit your torches, I'll let you know that that was Justin's idea. I knew it. I knew it was Justin's idea. I believe I just ran over him with a bus. While you were all preparing to join a digital lynch mob, part 2 had been patiently waiting right here. Okay. Of course it was fucking Justin. Second shift. I bought 2 meals to go and returned to the cottage. I only spent a few minutes returning things to their places before I crashed on the surprisingly comfortable bed. It may have been the fact that I hadn't slept on anything but the ground and benches for over 2 months, or possibly the events of the previous night caught up with me. Either way, I was out hard and fast. Nature placed a wake-up call sometime afternoon. I didn't have anything but short shadows and my stomach to I didn't have anything but short shadows and my stomach to judge the time. I answered nature's calls, started a small cook fire and warmed a late lunch, then made the brave decision to walk around the cemetery in the mostly bright light of an overcast, but as of yet dry afternoon. I couldn't find a single grave dated after the 1940s, and I made a mental note to ask about it. I think the removal from modern civilization and the general old feeling of the cemetery and cottage made it feel like I had stepped back in time to a simpler era. My limited knowledge of the history of the place gave it a mysterious air, and the events of the night before added a layer of almost primitive superstition. I don't know the words to describe the feeling. I've been to a few funerals and cemeteries in my time, but I've never felt like that anywhere else. The superstition got the better of me, and as I began to imagine I was being watched. The superstition got the better of me, and I began to imagine I was being watched. I hate that feeling. It makes my skin crawl. It's that creepy, instinctual sense of something is about to pounce. That feeling and the beginning of a very light rain sent me back inside. It had been just south of pleasant outside, even with the rain, but the inside of the cottage was again quite chill. I rebuilt my fire to a heat the cottage size, and the interior began to warm. With the rain looking like it was settling in for the evening, I wasn't going anywhere, so I set the bar across the door and decided to snooze for a little bit. This was a bad idea. I nearly wet myself when the cottage and the very ground it stood on seemed to heave in some apocalyptic boom so loud it physically hurt my ears. The now dark skies continued to rumble in thunderous aftershocks. The rain had picked up, but still wasn't that hard. I knew how thunder works and knew I must have been extremely close to the lightning strike. I stumbled towards the table to retrieve and light the lantern, my ears ringing so hard it made me dizzy. The soft glow of the lantern made me feel better, and my nerves started to calm down. I had no idea what time it was, so I went to the window and peered out, hoping to see the moon and get an idea of the hour. I was rewarded with the last vestiges of light through a break in the mostly cloudy skies, so not fully dark, but after sunset. Just my luck. I had the entire night to go. I had actually been hoping I'd slept partway through the night. I knew it was dishonest, but I'd already decided I didn't want a third shift, collect my $60, and just wait for a ride. The thunder moved on, as did the light, but the rain had decided to weep with generations of townsfolk at the cemetery. It was almost cliche, the type of slow, steady rain at every movie funeral. I don't remember any breeze that second night. Lightning occasionally flashed in the distance, just bright enough to see out the small window. I checked the bar across the door and told those damn dolls to stay put while I made coffee. I took my post in the chair and looked out into a completely black night. I couldn't see anything. I was actually a little relieved. If it was too dark to see anything, it hopefully meant an uneventful night. Then Lady Luck rained on my parade, pun intended. Lightning flashed in the distance and briefly illuminated the cemetery. I mentioned in part 1 that the old cemeteries give me the willies. Now imagine staring at one in the dark, alone, during a rainstorm, and the only time you can see anything is when distant lightning strikes. The flashing light barely gave my eyes time to adjust and register gravestones and shadows before everything returned to palpable darkness. I've been accused of having an odd sense of humor, but this was not even my idea of fun. I would guess a few hours, but I don't know how long I sat there staring at nothing, occasionally going blind for a few seconds, and then staring at nothing again. I have no idea what time it was when the lightning got too far away and the rain petered out. The kettle only made 3 cups of coffee, and I was into my second pot, so I'd guess after midnight somewhere. I don't know if the moon had already set or if I just never got to see it that night. The clouds thinned enough to let starlight through. I had kept the lantern behind me and burning low, so my eyes had adjusted in the near total darkness, and I could see enough to make out the darker shapes of headstones, but not much else. Halfway through the last cup of the second pot, I spotted something moving at the right edge of the cemetery, where the cemetery met the trees. It was difficult to make out, but the general shape and 4-legged movement, I was sure it was just the deer again. If nothing else, it broke the boredom, and I stared for probably a good 10 minutes, much more intently than I had ever watched a deer. It wandered among the headstones, and something tickled my primal something's off bone. Oh no! It wasn't grazing. It was just walking around the cemetery. It meandered till it was maybe only 15 feet away from the window, moving from my right to left, and I noticed something else. It wasn't walking so much as shambling or limping. The legs were all wrong. The hind legs were shorter than they should have been, and the front legs were extraordinarily long. The front legs were jointed in the wrong spot. From the elbow to the feet was probably twice as long as from the elbow to the shoulders. I don't know how I missed it for so long. Thanks, brain. Other things started ringing alarm bells in my suddenly awake brain. The neck was too short. I couldn't see the signature white flash of a white-tail deer's tail. Everything about the color was wrong. It was too light to be a deer. It looked pale, and I couldn't actually tell if it was fur or skin. Then it turned, looked directly towards the cottage, and I saw the reason I probably won't sleep tonight. It had an almost human face. Almost. Especially in the pale starlight, it looked almost albino or light gray. It was too narrow and long, especially in the jaw. Nothing seemed to be quite in the right place. The forehead was lopsided. The eyes weren't level. The nose wasn't centered. It didn't seem finished. The jaw seemed to hang awkwardly to one side like it wasn't hinged properly. I was quite literally petrified in fear. My mind screamed, but my body refused to act. Whatever it was apparently didn't see me, even though I would have been silhouetted in the small window. It kept slowly moving its awkward, off-kilter way. Only a few feet further on, and it stopped, sat on its haunches, and lifted what I had thought to be a leg to scratch one side of its head. It wasn't a leg. I saw how it hinged. It was an arm that ended in a misshapen hand. I couldn't distinguish individual fingers, but I could see that they were disproportionately long. What the fuck is this thing, friends? What is this thing? Because the arm was disproportionately jointed, the thing lifted its right arm, looped it up and over its head to scratch the left side of its face. I don't think the oddly segmented arm could have bent in the right way for the right arm to scratch the right side. Everything about the creature I was watching looked, seemed, and felt unnatural. My brain finally overrode my fear paralysis and my hand shot for the rope to ring the bell. I had it in hand, arm loaded to yank, when I had a thought that again froze my muscles. The old man had said that every time the bell was rung, the watchman inside was unalive by the time anyone arrived. What if the sound of the bell was what alerted the thing that someone was inside the cottage? My logic center went into overdrive. Only a few seconds before, that thing had looked directly at the cottage with me sitting squarely in front of the backlit window and had apparently not noticed or realized I was inside. It obviously wasn't blind because it easily avoided all the headstones. Maybe it could only see up close. Maybe it didn't spot me because I wasn't moving and wasn't making any noise. I realized I was holding my breath and I slowly exhaled and then carefully let go of the rope. The thing continued moving to my left, going around or over headstones. I relaxed just a little. My cat is walking right in front of my screen right now. And I can't see the words. Can you please excuse me? Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. The thing continued moving to my left, going over, around, or over headstones. I relaxed just a little. I had just about every muscle on full flex. I looked up to the shelf where I'd set my coffee. All of the dolls were behaving. Okay, well, at least the fucking dolls are behaving. I half stood, my chair scooting back an inch or two, and retrieved my cup and then returned to my seat. For about a quarter second before my eyes refocused and my brain registered that I was now staring directly into the face of that thing. In the maybe 2 seconds it had taken me to get my cup, that thing had moved close to 30 feet and now stood directly outside the window with its face only a few inches away. The next three things happened pretty much simultaneously. First, I registered animalistic yellowish eyes above a grin that carried such a mix of glee, malevolence, victory, and hate that I still have occasional nightmares 40 years later. Both the eyes and grin were far too human for comfort. Second, I filled my shorts as third, the chair and I toppled over backwards. Oh no! I hit the floor hard. I remember hearing a crack and wondering if I had broken the chair or me. Neither was very important as I scrambled to a position where I could see the window. Nothing. I almost breathed a sigh of relief when the door shook even harder than it had the night before, only this time it didn't stop at one thud. I spun, still on the floor. That thing was obviously trying to get inside. The entire cottage shuddered as the thing yanked on and slammed into the door. I panicked. The door was the only way in or out of the cottage. There were two possible hiding places that would undoubtedly prove futile: under the bed or inside the washroom. I heard a sickening, splintering noise. The door held and I realized the handle must have been physically ripped off. My scientific brain suggested calming down a bit because without a handle, the thing couldn't pull on the door. The hinges opened outward, so pushing on the door should be useless. Thanks, brain. Then the door handle smashed through the small window above the door and was retracted before breaking more glass. Then a smooth, grayish, hairless hand snaked through the window. It was followed by a too long forearm, an oddly jointed elbow, and then more arm. The fingers were humanoid but too long and ended in claws resembling a dog's. Only perhaps 30 seconds had passed since my stupid decision to get my coffee. I was still on the floor. I realized it was trying to reach the wooden plank set across the door. If it moved that bar, I literally had nowhere to go. That was far too much intelligence for any wild creature. I desperately looked around the cottage, searching for anything that could be used as a weapon. Firewood! Thanks, Brian. I rolled toward the pile and grabbed a piece about as thick as my calf in both hands. I just kept moving. Stood up and ran at the door. I used both hands and my full momentum to slam the firewood into that awful hand. I heard bone crack along with a disgusting smushing noise like when you drop a melon. The noise that thing made will forever be floating around in my nightmares. A scream sounds too human, but a howl sounds too animal. That noise was a terrifying combination. It was filled with pain and rage on a level I've never encountered since. The arm snaked quickly back out of the window, and through the same broken window, I heard the thing drop to the ground outside the door and shuffle away. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, sorry. I needed a break. I'm glad it went away. Okay, there's a lot more. There's more. The firewood was too cumbersome, so I picked up a smaller piece that felt more like a club. Then my brain suggested the knife in the cabinet. Thanks, brain. The knife wasn't very sharp, better suited for spreading butter than self-defense, but it made me feel better. I righted the chair and sat in the middle of the room away from both windows and the door. My soiled rear almost made it to the seat when the door quite literally exploded inwards. Time seemed to slow down. Pure instinct took over. Before I had time to process anything, I dropped the firewood. I used the hand to shield my face and raised the knife defensively in front of me. I've still never had any defense training, but I knew the pointy end goes away from myself. I once again toppled over backwards in the already broken chair. Before my view changed to the ceiling, I registered the creature following what was left of the door into the cottage. I landed on my back again and had a creepy view of the dolls hanging from the ceiling above the shelf. One by one, their strings broke as if someone was pulling them down in order, and they all fell to the floor between my head and the back wall. I knew I didn't have time to worry about some dolls, and I scrambled back to my feet just in time to see a pale gray blur hurling itself towards me, screaming in an altogether too human way. Again, pure instinct took over, and the knife went forward even as I stumbled backwards. Whatever it was caught me full force in the most terrifying, awkward hug I've ever had. My world went as dark as the creature was too close to focus on and blocked out anything else. I knew I was going over backwards yet again. My vision exploded in stars as my head slammed the floor. I awoke to a blinding headache and total darkness. It was hard to breathe. I remembered what had happened and I panicked again. I realized the creature was still on top of me, its weight making my breath labored. I heaved with terrified adrenaline-fueled strength and it rolled off me. My right hand was sticky wet and my wrist felt broken. Whatever the creature was, it was unalive. Oh my God, thank God. I tried to stand, but the waves of nausea kept me down. I crawled in the darkness to where I thought the table should be and banged my head into the sink. That sent lightning down my spine and I nearly vomited. I turned right and found the cabinet, then the table, and finally the lantern. I sat on the floor. It took a few tries because I'm not left-handed, but eventually I got it lit and nervously looked at the creature. The thing I had unalived was not what was lying in a sticky pool of almost black blood. What? It now looked like a very large coyote or perhaps a wolf, but still misshapen, like it had some physical deformities. The table knife stuck out of its chest where it had impaled itself when it lunged at me after somehow breaking the door inward. My physics brain took over for a moment and I looked at the door wondering how this thing had gotten through the door, because that's what was most important at the moment. Thanks, brain. The plank was still intact, but the brackets that held it were ripped clean off the wall. The top hinge had been torn out of the wall as well, and the door barely hung diagonally on the bottom hinge. It was still totally dark out, not even a sliver of light yet. I remember swearing a lot. My night wasn't over yet. The rest of the night is another story for right now. Oh my God. You gotta be kidding me. I thought you were going to say it's another story for another time, but you said it's another story for right now. Thank God. And then it says part 3 right underneath. Oh my God. Thank God. Okay. But wait, there's more. Okay. Part 3. I would have cried if we were left hanging. My right hand was useless. I couldn't even support the weight of the lantern. I tried to move the door enough to somewhat block the gaping hole, but the twisted hinge was too stubborn for my one good hand. Then I remembered those damn dolls. The door had been opened before the whole cemetery was in the light. I muttered some more colorful curses and turned to see what they were up to. Every one of them was in the corner at the end of the bed. All 13 dolls were facing the corner. Everything else from the shelf was piled inside the sink. I skirted around the thing on the floor, still not ready to really look at it. Out of habit, I reached out with my right hand to take the child's shoe from the sink. Bad idea. Thanks, Brian. I awkwardly made a sling from my belt, and then one by one, I spoke to and returned all the items to the shelf. I felt sillier than speaking to the dolls. At least they kind of look like people, but speaking to everyday inanimate items felt childish. After emptying the sink, I painfully cleaned myself and my clothes. The black blood on my right hand came away in sticky gobs instead of diluting them, washing off like usual blood. As I had the previous night, I used the now broken chair to dry my wet clothes by the pot-bellied stove. I think my ego was as bruised as I was, but I got over it and put on my clean set of clothes. There was no way I could tie the dolls to the ceiling one-handed, so I let them all know I'd be putting them on the shelf. I put them up, sitting down, facing the room. Then I decided it was time to see about this thing in the middle of the floor. I was seriously confused and frightened. The blood on the floor was thick, sticky, and almost black. It had just enough reddish tint to see in the lantern light, but it wasn't regular blood red. Even though I had been awake for probably an hour at this point, I solidly kicked the thing to make sure it wasn't moving. I started by pulling the knife out. It didn't make the metallic sliding noise like in the movies. It made a sickening slurping sound. Ew. I tossed it into the sink to clean later. The lantern made everything a bit yellow, but the creature was obviously a light gray. It had sparse patches of short, thin fur in random spots. All in all, it now looked like a mostly hairless wolf. Whatever had come through the door had been almost twice the size of what was now on the floor. It would have been about 3 feet tall now. The skin was pulled tight on the muscles and bones underneath. The legs were canine enough they didn't look odd anymore. The paws were dog-like but still too long. The left front one was grotesquely smashed from my firewood attack. And holy mother expletives, did that thing reek. It had only been inside the cottage for a couple of hours at most. It stunk like a pile of month-old corpses set on fire. I decided there was no way I could stay in the room with that thing. It or I was going outside. I stooped to grab a hind leg with my good hand and then pulled. It was surprisingly heavy. I reset my feet, and in so doing, I looked at the shelf. Every doll was now facing the wall. I dropped the leg and went to the shelf. Not just the dolls had turned. Everything that could be said to have a front was now facing the wall. The glasses, the child's shoe, everything. The pocket watch was open, the top facing the room, so the clock face was hidden. Everything was still on the shelf, so I let it be, and I went back to tugging the thing outside a few inches at a time. One of my yanks further opened the wound. Ugh. The combination of sound, the gush of blood, and somehow even more intense putrid odor made me vomit. I managed to get outside before losing everything I'd eaten ever. I didn't consciously do it, but I put the thing in the same spot that I had vomited. My God. I went back inside. I suppose there was nothing to watch for now, so I laid on the bed. I knew I wasn't going to sleep, but my head was still coming apart, and heaving up my toenails hadn't helped. As I reclined, I noticed the dolls watching me. At least it felt like it. They were now all facing the interior. It was as if these items, these inanimate objects, were frightened of the thing I had just dragged outside. Now that it was gone, they had turned. I didn't feel like moving myself to get up to move them, so I just said something like, "That thing's gone, you can all calm down." After this whole thing, those dolls don't even seem scary to me anymore. Not even scary to me anymore. I guess they took me at my word. Nothing else happened, and sometime later, I could tell the sky was starting to brighten. I had an idea and remembered thinking, what the hell? I got up slowly, dizzily, and went to the back window. I grabbed the rope and rattled that bell for probably a solid 5 minutes. Those damn old men could come to me, mops in hand. Let them clean up the mess after they paid me. I was in the good chair, drinking fresh coffee, and heard them mumbling before they came in sometime later. One of them asked about the door, and I told them about my night. When I got to where I dragged the thing outside, my employer leaned backwards through the hole where the door used to be and looked out. "Ain't nothing there, son." Are you fucking kidding me? I swore and checked for myself. Nothing. Not even signs of dragging or any blood on the ground. I swore again and went back inside. The old men were sitting down. My employer was on the bed and the other two had positioned the chairs so as not to be too close to the puddle on the floor. They were conversing in their weirdly mumbled way. I got upset. These men seemed to be taking my ordeal pretty lightly. I empathetically stated I was done, demanding my pay for both nights and angrily asking where the hospital was. I was told they had a veterinarian, but the hospital was 30 miles away in the next town. I told them that they could clean up and I would meet them at the diner. After I'd eaten breakfast, they'd better find me a ride to the hospital. I was told to keep my hat on. 40 years later, I still hate that phrase. My employer handed me $60 and said they'd be along after they cleaned up. I stuffed my still wet clothes into my knapsack and stomped out of the cottage. I muttered curses so dark I think I tainted the sky as I stalked back to town. I was almost finished with breakfast when the 3 old men arrived at the diner. 2 of them ordered food and my employer went in the back. He came out with a set of keys. As long as I bought fuel, the cook agreed to let the old man borrow his car to drive me to the hospital. I agreed. I was finished eating, so I informed him that we were leaving. Leaving 10 minutes ago wasn't fast enough. The car was an old truck, something like my parents had when I was young. I'm not a car guy, but I guess it was mid-50s or something. The ride to the hospital was awkwardly silent. The old man didn't even attempt conversation, and that was fine by me. I watched the countryside roll and just stewed in my anger. The hospital wasn't anything big or fancy. The old man pulled up in front. $3 should more than cover the fuel. So much for niceties. I handed over the cash. Something I'd noticed earlier but hadn't thought about pushed its way to the forefront of my mind. Why aren't there any grays after the 40s? County won't let us put any more out there. Where was the last man? The other regular you're always with at the diner. I don't know. Sleeping or dead? He's getting up there. They can fix you up there. He's getting up there. They can fix you up in there. See you around, son. I got things to attend to. I opened the door. I doubt very much that you'll see me again. I climbed out. Be surprised. World isn't that big. I just huffed and shut the door. He drove off before I made the hospital door. An older nurse met me at the door. What do we have here? I'm guessing a broken wrist. Come inside. Doc will be back in a few. She took me into a small room and pointed me to the bed. Where'd you come from, honey? Next town over. Got a ride from a local after this happened. Her confusion was evident on her face, and she shook her head. You must have taken quite a knock on the head, too. I've been sitting at that front desk all morning. I watched you walk up the street, then stand outside like you were confused. And I hate to be the one to say so, but there hasn't been a town between here and the main highway since about the Second World War. There used to be, but the old folks died out there and the young folks all moved out. She crooked an eyebrow. I'll make sure Doc looks at your head, too. Guys, what? Her flat, matter-of-fact tone hit me hard. I just stared at her. She got my basic information and the doctor came in. He reset my wrist, put me in a cast, checked my head, and told me I had a concussion. I found out there was a bus line through the town and caught a late-night ride all the way to Boston. I was in the wrong direction, but by my judgment, it was half past get the hell away o'clock. From there, I headed back to home where I eventually patched things up with my father and finished college. I even considered veterinary science or zoology in an attempt to identify the thing that attacked me that night. I've seen monster hunter shows and cryptic chases. I've watched all manner of paranormal media trying to figure it out. Werewolf lore doesn't fit it. Vampire lore doesn't fit it. The only thing that comes close are the stories of skinwalkers, but even there, true skinwalkers are from Southwest Native American lore, and this happened somewhere in New England. Over the years, I gave up hope of truly identifying the thing, and I moved on, or so I thought. But that's part 4. Part 4 is right here, don't worry. Part 4. This is now Christine taking over for a bit. If you don't know, Christine is Daniel's, girlfriend, wife, partner. Christine is Daniel's partner. Christine is someone who has shared a story with us before called Possessed by Myself. If you've ever heard of this. This is the highlight of my week. Everyone is so loving this story. Okay, hold on. Here we go. We're doing part 4. This is now Christine taking over for a bit. Daniel had his heart attack a week ago, Monday the 25th. Tuesday morning between my classes, I went to visit him. Remember I told you guys that he had there was like an explosion in the lab and then he had a heart attack for reals. That's why we haven't had this story yet. Daniel was in a room at the end of the hall in the cardiac wing of the hospital. After I'd signed in, I started down the hallway to Daniel's room. From only a couple of doors away, I watched an older gentleman exit Daniel's room and softly close the door. He saw me and quietly said, "He's sleeping." I commented that he probably needed the rest, and in an attempt at small talk, I asked how he knew Daniel. All he said was, "From way back. Just thought I'd look in on him, but he's sleeping and I got things need tending." Stop it. This has got to be the old man. It's the old man, right? We made polite goodbyes and I went inside. Daniel was waking when I entered and groggily asked for some water. I glanced back out the door to get his friend's attention, but he was already gone. It struck me as odd. The hallway wasn't quite long. I obliged about the water and then sat in the standard uncomfortable hospital bedside chair. "One of your friends was here," I said. "Oh? Who?" "I've been asleep most of the time. Professor Insert Surname came by early this morning." "I'm not sure. I didn't recognize him. I assumed he's from the university." "What did he look like?" I thought back. I typically have a good memory for faces because of my teaching experience, but I couldn't remember details. He was older than us both, and I think he wore suspenders. As soon as he heard the words leave my mouth, my heart sank and Daniel went absolutely white. His pulse and blood pressure spiked bad enough that a nurse came in to assess the situation. He charted some readings and left. Daniel and I just looked at each other in shock and disbelief and confusion. He took a sip of water. "You don't think?" He trailed off. "Daniel, there's no way. It's not possible. You said he was old 40 years ago. It's not possible. He'd be 100 years old by now." We sat in stunned silence and the nurse returned with a sedative to calm Daniel's vitals. I asked the nurse about visitors, but he said some professor and I were the only ones. He even offered to show me the sign-in sheet. Daniel was soon asleep and I was left alone to wonder and to worry. Daniel has outright refused to discuss it since he was released. That's why I stepped in to write part 4. The similarities are frighteningly close. The man disappeared with a lantern in probably less than a minute and disappeared in seconds from the hallway that I knew from experience takes almost a minute to walk down. The relaxed way he spoke was the same. The strange fact that neither of us could remember any details about his appearance other than the old and possibly suspenders was the same. Even the way he ended our conversations had been eerily similar, cryptically referencing things that needed tending. I don't know if Daniel will be discussing any of this anytime soon, so internet, what happened? Did Daniel jump timelines? Did he happen into another dimension? Was he visited in the hospital by a ghost that only I saw? Perhaps the most disturbing question is, what does it all mean? The final question is, the end? The end, guys. The end. For reals, the end, the end, the end. Oh my God. This was a crazy fucking story. I swear this is the best story we've ever heard on here. I can't put my story in I can't put this story in my book. My book is already like sealed and ready to go. Definitely worth the wait. Best fucking story ever. So good. I feel like, oh my God, fantastic writing. Fantastic writing. I have no idea. He should make a movie out of this. This would be a great movie. He should put this into a book and make a movie out of this. Daniel, if you watch this, you should make this into a movie. Put the voting up. You want the voting up? We haven't even started talking about it yet. He came back because Daniel told the story. It's a different world. It has to be. So none of the graveyard shift happened because there were no people. Apparently the town did not even wait, what did Sherry say? Sherry asked a great question. What was the question? Where was it? Am I missing it? Good question, Sherry. Hold on. Where is the... Oh my God. Did he have the money still? Oh, did he still have the money? Unfortunately, we can't get these answers. We can't get these questions answered because Daniel is not... I don't think he's watching this. And he doesn't have like social medias. That's why Christine sends everything for him. Ms. K, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the Glitch community on YouTube. Everybody welcome Ms. K. So the ghost town was So the town was a ghost town after the 1940s. Yes, and that's why after the 40s there were no other graves. Real or not, I don't care. It was good. Yes, make it a book or a movie. This literally had like all the things, right? I feel like it had all the things of a good story. We had this creepy dolls. You had clearly the skinwalker thing. You had the it didn't exist. Like this was all it's too good. It was too good. Where's the I Survived Daniel's Graveyard Story 2024 emote? That was good. His girlfriend saw the man. Yes. So that had to be, he had to have like wandered into another timeline or something, right? That has to be the only, that's got to be the only thing. Yeah, you could picture the cabin and everything. The writing was so good. It was so good. There's an old closed down town in Connecticut, Dudleytown. I'm wondering if that's where Daniel found himself. Ooh, I did. I said it. That's okay. That's okay. Oh my God, that was scary. You're right.
That was scary.
You're right. We had to use that was scary. Ghost town for sure. Dolls, old men, cryptic messages. Angie, please read Google answer to what is why? What's that, Pancake? The old man knew he would see him again. The world is a small place. Yes. So well written. The food, was it real? Maybe he came back because he's the only watcher that survived. Maybe. We need to have Daniel talk about that story. Can we have an interview? He doesn't seem to want to talk about this part. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we can have an interview. That's up to Daniel. The town didn't exist, but he was really hurt. Like how? I know. The dolls weren't bad. They probably felt bad for him. The dolls were probably just fucking with him the first night, like for funsies. Right? I thought it was like really weirdly kind of sweet that the dolls were scared, that all the things were scared. And he had to be like, it's okay, guys. The dolls have to be the past watchers who didn't make it. Well, they said that the dolls and all the little things were things that people were going to leave on the grave sites, but instead they started leaving them in the cabin. The dolls really had me in the first half. I know. They probably were trying to save him. You know what? I have a question though. Where did they live now? I'm not sure where they live. That was scary. It was a test because it was nothing compared to the real threat, or the dolls were trying to spook him away. What was the time of year they were worried about them showing up? It was between the spring equinox and the something between an equinox and a solstice. But I have wait. Alum Bunyan is the invisible world. We might get more context for the story. That's interesting. The missing fourth man was the dead creature. Oh, that is a twist. That is a twist. Monster description sounds like a rake. But does a rake turn into a wolf-like creature? Because that sounds more like a flesh pedestrian to me. Is it that time of year? I don't know, is it? You thought that too. Old man came for him after talking about it. Did he eat ghost breakfast? Daniela wants to know. The old people were the monsters. Wait, I have a question though. Why did they have this bell? If the bell, you ringing the bell meant like you died. I'm glad he made the right decision by not ringing the damn bell. Someone said the bell was the dinner bell and he was a sacrifice. Chicken and quaffles. That is a good one. Oh, I like that theory. I like that theory. To alert the creatures. Oh, he was the sacrifice. Guys, I have so many chills. This was so good. It is. Easter is the spring equinox. Oh, it's that time, guys. That's what you thought too. That's a great theory. Oh my God, guys. This was so good. Hold on. We need to vote. Let's do our vote. Did you appreciate that story? Yes or no on YouTube? Happy face or sad face on TikTok? If you missed any of that story, Or if you just want to rewatch it, this entire live is recorded and it is put up on YouTube. It will be up after I get offline. Just give me a few minutes to get it together. So please make sure TikTok, if you are not subscribed to YouTube, that you go subscribe. I am Auntie Matrix on YouTube. Also, before you guys leave here, please make sure that you join the Discord. It's dsc.gg/antimatrix. It is on the screen for TikTok, and it is in the chat for YouTube. Come join me in Discord. This is how you will find out. I will announce to you when I'm going live, when I post YouTube videos, and all those kind of things. And you can also connect with like-minded people. We have over 1,800 people in there, so please come join us in Discord. And if you have stories that you would like me to potentially read on future lives or in potential future videos, I will tell you I have 8,000 unread emails. That's not an exaggeration. So I may not get to them all, but if you want to send any stories in, you can send them to antimatrix@gmail.com. That is now on the screen on TikTok, and it is in the chat in YouTube. My cat is licking the wall. So weird. So weird. What a weirdo. You're rewatching this one? Yes, so good. This was a good one. Guys, if you're new here too, please make sure that you follow me if you're on TikTok and you subscribe if you're on YouTube. Come back for more stuff. I want to say thank you so much if you came and hang out today. Thank you for chatting. What did we get to? What did we get to on TikTok? We got to 820,000 likes. Woo! You guys killed it today. You guys killed it today. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for tapping the screen. TikTok, YouTube, thank you for giving me the thumbs ups and tapping your little screen. Thank you for sending gifts. Thank you for sending. Oh, I saw somebody on YouTube sent a gift, but I was in the middle of reading. So thank you so much for your gift. I appreciate it. Thank you for sending gifts. Thank you for becoming TikTok Live subscribers and becoming members and all of the things. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being you. I appreciate all of you so much. I love this community. I love you guys so much. And I love that you allow me to share your stories. Thank you so much for doing that. Whew, we were close to 1 million. We'll get 1 million soon. We'll get 1 million soon. A milli. Oh, wait. Don't cancel my live because I just sang 2 seconds of a song. Came from TikTok to subscribe here. Thank you for doing that. I will not be live again until probably Monday. So make sure that you check out the Discord. You are in the Discord, like I said before, so that you'll get a notification to know if I am definitely going to go live on Monday. I hope everyone has a wonderful week. This was an amazing story. Thank you to Daniel for sharing this. So good. It was so good. I love you all so much. Good night. Good night. Good night. Do. Good night. That one.